lebih 10 akan ada 4 materi yang kita bahas, yaitu LSL Strategi Introduction, Connect, and then Connecting Language to Listening, dan yang terakhir Connecting to Early Communication. Baik, setelah itu di jam 11 lebih 10 sampai jam 11.30 kita punya waktu break. Ya, mungkin mau ngambil kopi dulu atau mau makan cemilan dulu. Nah, setelah itu di jam 11.30 sampai dengan jam 12 akan ada materi dari audiologis kami, audiologis Nobel. Lalu di jam 12 sampai jam 12.30 adalah topik yang akan dibawakan oleh manajer kami. Lalu setelah itu di jam 12 sampai dengan jam 1 akan ada sesi tanya jawab serta penutupan. Nah, setelah ini saya akan bacakan CV dari pemateri utama kita, yaitu Miss Jenani. Oke. Perkenalkan, ini Miss Jenani Jayarahman. Beliau adalah speech language pathologist dan audiologist di lulusan dari University of Mysore, India. Sedangkan setelah itu beliau mengambil sertifikasi LSL AVT, jadi AVT Certified dari AG Bell Academy di USA di Amerika Serikat. Dan sekarang beliau menjabat sebagai Rehab Manager dari Advanced Bionics Southeast Asia, di mana PT Nobel Audiology Center merupakan distributor dari EPI. Nah, selanjutnya saya akan membacakan CV dari manajer rehab kami. Nah, perkenalkan, beliau adalah Bu Anita Resutyadi. Jadi Bu Anita ini adalah lulusan psikologi Universitas Airlangga, lalu D3 Kimia di Institut Teknologi 10 November, lalu untuk experience-nya sekarang menjadi AVT practitioner di tahun 2021, lalu di tahun 2002 menjadi Rehab Manager AVT practitioner dari Nobel Audiology Center sampai sekarang. Nah, yang terakhir, pemateri yang ketiga akan diberikan oleh manajer klinikal dari Nobel Audiology Center. Perkenalkan, ini adalah Mbak Marsha Fiona. Beliau adalah clinical manager dari Nobel Audiology Center. Pendidikannya di Akademi Audiologi Indonesia mulai dari tahun 2008 sampai 2011, lalu sudah berpengalaman sekitar 14 tahun di dunia hearing. Tuh. Oke, sudah selesai. Nah, selanjutnya akan saya serahkan ke Mbak Anita ya, sebagai moderator dari acara ini.
Oke, terima kasih Kak Nadia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah kita bisa berkumpul di pagi hari ini. Salam kenal dari saya, seperti tadi yang disampaikan oleh Kak Nadia. Di sini saya selaku penanggung jawab dari Rehab Nobel Audiology Center. Terima kasih banyak kita bisa berkumpul di pagi hari ini ya dengan Miss Janani. Halo Miss Janani. Are you hear me? Still mute?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for your time, and maybe after that we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure,
Can,
sure. Yeah.
Oke, baik. Mungkin mengingat waktu yang kita terbatas dengan ada materi yang nanti rencana 4 materi, kita langsung mulai. Tapi sebelumnya saya minta tolong untuk yang belum di-mute, bisa tolong di-mute ya, karena ada beberapa akun yang kami kesulitan untuk melakukan mute. Tujuannya biar nanti proses pemberian materinya bisa lebih terdengar dengan jelas, karena memang karena kondisi materinya cukup banyak, jadi nanti untuk mentranslate saya lebih ke arah summary ya, karena khawatir nanti tidak cukup dari segi waktu. Jadi nanti ada 4 tema yang akan diangkat oleh Janani, nanti ada video juga, jadi insya Allah akan lebih membantu untuk memudahkan. Dan seperti tadi yang disampaikan Kak Nadia, di akhir kita ada sesi tanya jawab juga, seperti itu. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak untuk partisipasi dari para orang tua hebat, para guru-guru, tetap semangat, semoga acara kita kali ini bisa memberikan manfaat. Oke, Janani, please.
Okay. Thanks for the intro and the warm welcome. If there are any issues with the microphone or anything, please feel free to just stop me, because once I start sharing the screen, I think I can't see others. And thanks a lot for everyone for joining on a Sunday. It's not easy. You guys are working all 6 days, and one free day that's also snatched away from you, by me. So thanks a lot for joining. Today I'm just going to keep the presentation in English, just to save time so that we can cover more topics. But I'll remind myself to go very slow, and in end of the session, Anita will give you a short summary. Okay, yeah. Okay, thanks. With that, we will just start with the first presentation. Can you see?
Okay, starting. Sorry for your voice. Mute, yeah.
With Zoom, I just get confused, which is just the way I should share my screen. 1 minute.
Yes.
I should do it like this. You can hear me now?
Yes, yes, you can hear.
Yeah. So the first part of the presentation is a general introduction on what is LSL strategy. So AVT, we call it as listening and spoken language approach now, in short LSL. And the first presentation is aimed at understanding why we need strategies. And the reason we need to learn this is because we need to convey the same information to the parents. Okay, so the major role that we play as professionals is to convey information to parents about what is the approach and how we do it, and make it bite size for them, meaning delivering it in the level that they can absorb the information. To begin with, anyone knows who is this? So his name is called Dunlop. Dunlop, what he did was, his son was having a bicycle, and when back in those days, the bicycle did not have any rubber tube. So it was just a metal band. And when you drive the bicycle on the road, and the roads were not very great, so it is very bumpy, and his son used to get a lot of difficulty riding his bicycle. So Dunlop, he thought he should make this situation better, that riding a bicycle should be easier, it should be faster, and it should be efficient. So when he thought about it, he thought, why can't we just put a rubber tube on the metal band so that when we drive it, the ride is more smooth. Okay, so that way when he started adding it, the drive became better. And then even in the races, in the bicycle race, for bicycles fitted with this tire, it went faster. So what he did was actually an existing idea. He applied a strategy to it to make it more efficient. Okay, so that's what we do with listening and spoken language approach also. We have certain goals that we want to achieve through listening and spoken language approach. So what are the goals? The primary goals are to help children to learn to listen. They need to talk, but we don't want them to talk only at preliminary level. We want them to talk at conversational level. We want them to get included in mainstream programs, and we want them to have choice in life. So these are our goals, and we wish to achieve this faster so that they catch up with their peers and fully or efficiently. So to achieve that, we need to incorporate some strategies. So that's where the strategies become very important. In LSL, they recommend use of different techniques, conditions, and strategies to keep listening at center of child's world and at the heart of parents' thinking. So some people go in depth into what is a technique and what is a condition and what is a strategy. I don't want to confuse it too much. I'm just putting everything under one tab called listening and spoken language strategies. Okay. So first, before we proceed, let's just think about what factors make listening difficult and effortful. So we want to achieve results faster and quicker and easily. So to understand that, we need to find out what makes it more difficult and effortful. So let's think about it. There are some factors that are related to the speaker. So if I'm talking to the child with hearing loss, some things that I do can make listening difficult for the kid. So what are those things? Either if I'm speaking too soft, okay, so I'm not able to reach to the child cannot perceive the whole sentence. If I'm speaking too fast, then it's difficult for the child to understand because it's too quick. He cannot absorb language from it, or he cannot pay attention to my speech. If I speak without phrasing, so without phrasing means in case if I need to say, um, I'm rushing to the hospital. Okay, so I have to say it as I am rushing to the hospital. It's English is grouped in certain way, and every language the words are grouped in certain way. I cannot say it as I am rushing to the hospital. You can't split like that. So if I use wrong phrasing, the understanding becomes very difficult. If my pronunciation is poor, then the child has confusions on exactly what I said. If more than one person talk at a time, so there are multiple speakers, imagine a therapy situation where there is mom and also the therapist, and the child is trying to learn from both adult models. But if they both talk together at the same time, then there is overlap, and that makes listening difficult for the child. So what are some strategies or conditions that we need to let the parents know? So I have put some counseling points. So the very first counseling you need to provide to the the caregivers is that use a clear voice or a clear speech when talking to your children. So what is a clear speech? So this is the first knowledge that you are going to provide to the parents. What is clear speech? You use conversational loudness. What is a conversational loudness? If two of us are talking, then there is like a minimum distance that we maintain, and we maintain a certain amount of loudness. We don't shout, we don't talk too soft. So that is called conversational loudness. If I'm addressing one person, or maybe in a small group, 2 or 3 people, we stand together in a circle and then we talk. So the amount of loudness we use is called conversational loudness. And then we need to use natural prosody. We should not over exaggerate and talk, because the child has difficulty in hearing. Because the more we exaggerate our articulation, sometimes it is difficult for the child to understand because we cross the natural boundaries. So we need to incorporate natural prosody, meaning the tune in your language, you need to stick to that. You need to have precise articulation, meaning you cannot mumble, you cannot talk very loose. You need to have a clear pronunciation, and you should not speak very fast or too slow. You should have a typical speaking rate. So this is the first knowledge or a condition or a technique that we try to counsel the parents or guide the parents. So that is called as clear speech. Okay. And then there are some factors that are related to the environment that can make listening difficult. So that is called reverberation. Reverberation means reflection of sounds. So when I talk, the sound gets reflected by the walls and it comes back to me. If the acoustics is very poor in a room, then you start hearing an echo. Okay. And if there is ambient noise, so imagine there is fan noise going on, or there is AC right now. It's very, very hot in India. So I need to have the AC and all. I should also have the fan. But those contribute to some amount of noise, or there is people talking, there is TV or there is radio. So those are called ambient noises. That can also make really listening difficult for the kid. And if the talker is not close enough, so if someone is talking to me but they are very far away, then I don't understand what they talk, because distance becomes an issue for me. So these are some of the factors that can actually affect listening from the room acoustics or room environment perspective. Why do I say this? Why are these important? Of course, we know all these as a professional, but as a parent, sometimes we need to get their attention to these aspects. They may not know it themselves because they have not studied these courses, what we undergo. So they might be doing a real good talking, but maybe they don't understand the presence of AC noise. So the second learning we need to give them is actually listening can be affected not only by the speaker characteristics, but also sometimes because of the room acoustics. So then you give them knowledge of these three factors, that these three can affect listening greatly. So what do you do about it? So we give them the solution. The LSL professional provides guidance to caregivers to stay within child's hearing range. So every one of us have a hearing range. Maybe when we have typical hearing, the range is little wider. When child have hearing loss, the range becomes smaller. Uh, so we need to remember that as speaker, we need to be within child's hearing range. So what do I mean by that? So the second concept, so the first concept, what we spoke about was clear speech. And the second concept, what we guide parents, is about the listening bubble. So imagine this is your kid, and then imagine there is a bubble around him. Okay, imaginary one. Within the bubble area, if you are inside the bubble area, whatever you talk is heard by the child. But if you are very far away and then you're talking, typically in this situation, the mother is not in the bubble zone. So whatever she says is not heard clearly or fully by the child. So this is called a listening bubble. We need to guide parents to imagine an imaginary bubble area around their kid. Typically, is 3 feet in a quiet situation, and they need to understand if they say stay within the range, then whatever they say is heard by the child and it contributes to language development. But if they are too far away, then the full information is not heard by the child. Okay, so that's the second knowledge we give to the parents: clear speech and then the listening bubble. So they need to remember to stay within child's hearing range. One another condition or technique that you ensure to be within child's hearing range in therapy especially is optimal positioning and seating. So what do we mean by optimal positioning? So to be, if the child is having a better ear, then you stay by the side of the better ear and then you stay at child's ear level. So imagine, I hope you can see my screen, sorry, my camera. So I have a kid, so should they have a hearing aid here or a cochlear implant here? So it's good if I'm within the child's hearing range and I'm also towards the better ear or one of the ears, but at the ear level because the microphone is here. So I'm giving all the information to the child at the ear level, and also how am I going to position myself. A child, I need to be seated a little beside me, and I need to be a little behind. So if the child is beside me, it should be like this, and I'm going a little behind to avoid visual cues. So I'm slightly behind and beside the child's ear. So this is called optimal positioning and seating. So sometimes in school, it can also relate to child being nearer to the teacher. Uh, so what I wanted to say here was sometimes we position the kid too front, so I'm totally behind. But this is not helpful because a child is learning language not just only through audition, though we are promoting listening through learning language through audition. The child also takes additional cues. Sometimes we need to give them visual cues, sometimes we need to have a book that we handle. So there should be freedom of movement for the child to observe our face. So if you put them too much in front, imagining that you're avoiding all the visual cues, actually you are depriving the kid of all the visual cues and also contextual cues and body cues, which is very important for them as well. So that's why we talk about beside and then a little behind. Okay. So this way, whenever I want to look at my kid, I can always look at her. If she wants to look at me, all she needs to do is turn her face a little bit. We can both enjoy a book, we can both do an activity, everything is possible. So this is optimal positioning and seating. Here you can see there is a therapist and also a helper, and then the kid is in between. So whenever the child wants to talk to the therapist, she has access, and when she wants to talk to the help, she also has access to that. Okay, so both the adults have access to child's listening. And then there is one more uh, facility from technology that you can use to help the parents stay within this hearing range or be within this listening bubble. So that is called the Roger remote mic. Okay, so we know that Roger mics help in distance hearing and also hearing in noise. Okay, so when imagine a situation, previously they were saying more about Roger mics in school situations because schools are little noisy, teacher is little away. So the use of Roger is very helpful for the kid because they can pick up audio signal without any distortion. But now Roger Mikes is also promoted for very young babies because imagine the kid, you leave them in the crib and then you can't always stay within the hearing range, always trying to talk to the kid, right? You can't carry them around everywhere sometimes. Sometimes you do go a little bit off the listening bubble. When they have the Roger mic on, then what happens is even if the parent is a little far away, whatever they are talking, maybe whatever they are talking to another adult in the house or to another child in the house, all those information is passed to the child with hearing loss. Okay, because a child doesn't learn only through conversations that is directed towards them. What I mean by it is whenever you talk to the child gets language. But there are times when a child is just playing in the room and they are overhearing conversations that happen in the background and they pick up some words. That's when parents come and say, "Oh, I never taught her this word, but then I'm so amazed she picked it up." Okay, so that is because they are overhearing conversations. Remote mic use can actually help in this overhearing process and help them in their vocabulary development. So a study found by Phonak that it's a child who's wearing a remote mic, they get to hear 5,300 more words per day when they use a remote mic. That means in an year they get to hear almost 2 million words. That's a huge benefit. So what we saw, again, I'm just summarizing because I'm doing it in English. So we were talking about need for strategies, and then we spoke about strategies related to speaker. So speaker needs to use a clear voice. And then we spoke about strategies that are related to the environment. So in the environment to cut down reverberation and also to increase auditory input, we spoke about listening bubble, and we spoke about optimal positioning and seating and also remote mic. Now there is a third factor which makes hearing difficult for kids is the listener factor, meaning the kid themselves. So when a listener is not attentive or distracted, we are talking about real small babies or preschoolers, right? So sometimes they are inattentive or they are distracted by some other play or some other object. So that time they miss out on crucial information through listening. Or if instruction or activity is not at listener's cognitive or linguistic level. Okay, the child has a very beginning or early communication skills, but if we are giving them too big instruction, okay, like a 3-step or a 4-step command, then that's too much for the child to process. So that time they just leave out the information because they just can't understand it. So there are two factors related to listeners that can make listening difficult for them. How do we cope up with that? So one strategy what we use is called, the technique is called listening posture. An LSL professional provide guidance to caregivers to help child take listening posture before talking. What is a listening posture? When you are ready to learn, if somebody is teaching you something and it's a subject that you like, then typically your posture is very different. You are very straight, you're very alert. Sometimes we move to the edge of the seat to listen to them keenly. Our whole body tend to go a little forward to show them, like, you're ready to receive the information. You maintain eye contact. So that's typically a listening posture. Listening posture is when a child is calm. He's saying, okay, I'm paying attention to your sound, and then he's waiting for the sound to occur. He is not tapping the table, or he's not moving around, he's not swinging in his chair. So those inattentive behaviors are not seen, and he is waiting for your sound. Something like the child in this picture is having a block and he's like, yeah, I'm ready to listen to you, and his attention is only towards listening. So that's called a listening posture. This is one of the early goals that we try to achieve, that is to help the child gain listening posture, and then they are ready to receive our input. So whenever we are presenting any speech or any information, we ensure the child has taken the listening posture. You say, like, listen, and then until they calm down and they maintain eye contact, you just wait for that to happen. So that's called a listening posture. Okay, so that's one technique we need to let the parents know. There's no point you keep talking to the child when he's not paying attention. You need to ensure you start talking only when the child is ready to listen. So this is the another information or counseling point that we try to provide to the parents. And then parentage and music. So one another way of getting child's attention is the use of sing-song voice. When you are having small babies, the time it's difficult to hook them to listening. And how do we do it? Because when we talk, sometimes it's not very interesting for a small baby. So you start using parentees. Earlier it was called motherese, now it's called parentees, or you use a sing-song voice, and then that makes sounds easier for them to hear because it's flowing. Um, that's the voice that we want to use to help them pay attention to sounds. Why they need to pay attention to sounds? Because they are early listeners. Sound is a new information. They may not pay attention to it. Maybe it's not interesting for them sometimes. So that's why we change our voice to make it more sing-song or music-like. And the last strategy is music. You can also use music to help the child connect to sounds around. Music also helps in bonding because parents are a little stress-free when they are using music. They are not having this thought that they need to teach child something. They are just enjoying the music experience. It serves as an auditory attention hook. As I said, child sometimes may not pay attention to sounds. So to hook them to the listening, we need music. Music also helps in early vowel recognition. You understand that vowels are produced by the child first before they move to consonants. So it helps them pick up vowels. It helps them pick up vowels by imitation. and also build upon prosodic perception, meaning when you have small babies, they are tuned to listening to prosody. They are not literally listening to your words, they are actually listening to the pattern in your voice. So when you use music, that also helps them to pay attention to sounds easier. Okay, so these are all some strategies which makes listening easier, fuller, and listening development faster. Okay, so talking about music, I just want to bring your attention to an app by AB. It's called the Baby Beats. It's made by a music professional. It has musical bits that are specifically designed for children with hearing loss. You can give it a try by signing on to www.hearingsucces.com. It's absolutely free. So that brings us to the end of first presentation, which is a general introduction to listening and spoken language strategies. Moving ahead, we'll be covering some strategies that are to connect sounds to listening, listening to language, and listening to language and speech. So that's what is today's agenda. We are going in quick, good time. To summarize again, we are talking about listening and spoken language strategies, strategies that help a speaker to communicate better, something like a clear speech, strategies that help improve the environment, like seating and optimal positioning, listening bubble, remote mic, and also strategies that help listener to pay attention, that is listening posture, using music and using parentheses as hook to better listening. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
So
Janani.
thanks for
Maybe
that.
I can
Any
make
questions?
summary first for the
Yes, please. You
first
want me
slide.
to put the slides on?
No need. Maybe I just stop
Okay, okay.
like that ya. Oke, baik. Mungkin ini resume singkat dari apa yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Janani terkait dasar awal konsep listening to spoken language seperti itu. Seperti tadi ada gambaran ketika ada orang tua ngelihat anaknya kesulitan memakai sepeda di jalan yang berbatu, akhirnya dia mempunyai strategi untuk membuat lebih mudah dengan ada tekniknya seperti itu, dan ini sebagai analogi yang dipakai Janani untuk menunjukkan kepada kita bahwa itu adalah salah satu alasan kenapa dalam menerapkan AVT, kalau di kita seringnya ngomong AVT adalah dengan menekankan tentang strategi dan teknik-teknik AVT. Karena kadang kalau kita lihat sebenarnya sederhana, tapi ternyata aplikasinya yang nggak mudah. Nah, tadi ada beberapa poin yang diangkat oleh Janani terkait strategi AVT ini sendiri. Yang pertama adalah kita juga harus berpikir dulu kenapa anak itu susah ya untuk belajar mendengar dan butuh usaha, karena kalau kita tidak pernah mengalami hal seperti itu ya, karena kita mendengar dari lahir. Nah, dari sini ternyata ada hal-hal yang harus kita konselingkan ya sebagai praktisi AVT atau mungkin guru untuk dipahami para orang tua di awal-awal bahwa ternyata untuk kemampuan belajar awal mendengar itu dalam berbicara pun kita harus perhatikan, tidak boleh terlalu pelan, cepat, atau juga artikulasinya yang tidak jelas huruf-hurufnya, atau malah kita suka ngomongnya barengan. Itu yang tanpa sadar untuk orang tua yang saking semangatnya ingin memberikan input bahasa. Jadi di situ tadi diangkat oleh beliau adanya tentang clear speech, di mana kita harus memperhatikan bagaimana cara kita memberikan penyampaian ketika memberikan input bahasa, dan di dalam itu ada strategi-strategi AVT yang harus kita tekankan, dan nanti mungkin akan bertahap juga disampaikan di next. Terus ada juga kondisi lingkungan, itu juga harus diperhatikan. Karena apa? Karena anak kita baru belajar mendengar. Jadi lingkungannya juga harus dipastikan tidak bising, tidak ada background noise yang mengganggu, atau juga kita juga harus bicara dekat dengan anak. Jadi itu dua konsep awal yang harus kita sampaikan ketika melakukan konseling. Terus tadi juga ada informasi terkait strategi awal gitu ya, bagaimana mengoptimalkan posisi dengan kita duduk di samping anak, di sisi dia pakai alat di samping telinganya gitu kan, dan harus dibiasakan di telinga yang lebih bagus ya, terutama kalau penurunan kanan kirinya berbeda, kita harus duduk di posisi yang lebih bagus pendengaran. Terus get ear levelnya, jadi ketika kita bicara sama anak harus sama, ketika anak dan kita berdiri, kita harus yang duduk untuk menyamakan. Jarak juga harus diperhatikan karena untuk awal mendengar jarak harus dekat, dan juga tentang visual ya, contoh clue-clue visual kita juga harus istilahnya mana yang bisa, mana yang tidak, itu kita harus pastikan. Itu juga yang tadi diangkat terkait kesulitan anak mendengar dengan jarak jauh dan adanya bising, terutama kalau di sekolah. Jadi beliau tadi juga mengangkat tentang adanya teknologi mikrofon, remote mikrofon, yang ini juga penting karena kembali lagi kita membantu kerja otak untuk menangkap suara dan bahasa. Jadi memang ini bisa sebagai bahan pertimbangan menggunakan ini untuk situasi yang ramai atau dengan jarak. Karena tadi harapannya input suara tiap hari itu harus didapat karena ada target 2 juta kata dalam setahun gitu ya, untuk meningkatkan perkembangan anak. Di akhir tadi juga beliau membahas adanya tentang listening posture, di mana istilahnya di sini kita harus menyiapkan anak itu siap dulu. Kita tidak bisa langsung ngasih suara, ngasih noise maker, atau melihat respon kalau dia posisi belum siap. Jadi ketika anak lagi pegang HP atau nonton TV, itu belum tentu nanti dia akan siap ketika kita berikan respon. Juga ada tentang konsep sing-song voice atau parentis, di mana kenapa ini harus dilakukan, karena kembali lagi untuk anak-anak beginner yang baru belajar mendengar, ini sangat penting untuk memudahkan mereka menangkap suara. Okay, maybe for this, Janani, for the summary.
Yeah, okay.
You.
I hope my English is not very difficult, easy to follow. Okay. If there are any questions you can't follow, maybe leave in the chat. Sorry, Anita can help you. Extra work
Right.
for Anita. Okay. So we go to the second presentations. If you understand, the way I have organized it is to also give you the steps of what all education points you need to give parents. So if you just go with the presentation flow, you have the first knowledge to give to parents, second knowledge, third knowledge, what you have to talk about in the session, what you need to counsel. Okay. I hope you get that understanding. I've also shared my PowerPoint as PDF and also the study on Roger in the chat box for you to download and use. So we go to second step. So imagine your parent and your child are educated now on the basic conditions for a good listening situation. Okay, so they know what all can affect listening. They know how they need to change certain behaviors so that the child can listen better, how they need to change the environment so that the child can learn better. So your parents are little ready now. They have the prerequisites, and now you're going to move them to the next stage. Okay. And what is the next stage? You want to connect listening to the sounds around. So they have their devices on, and now with the device, you want them to listen to sounds around. Definitely, they will be listening once the device is mapped. But what you want is you want them to listen fully. You want them to listen faster, develop listening faster, and you want them to develop listening more efficient, right? So that's why strategies we use. Okay. So we are going to talk about strategies that will connect listening to sounds that are in the environment. Okay, that's what we are learning. Let's first take a look at the video. Let me know if the sound is not audible. I'm a little worried about that.
Iya, ada suara ya. Iya, ada suaranya ya. Ada suaranya. Kita buka dulu. Suaranya dari mana? Gak bisa dibuka sana. Kita tutup lagi. Oke, lihat lagi. Lihat lagi Kak Damas. Ada suara. Iya, ada suara ya. Suara dengar. Iya, ada suara ya. Dari sini, suaranya dari mesin cuci. Penasaran nggak mau di dalamnya ada bajunya itu? Iya, nggak bisa kebuka itu. Nggak bisa kebuka, Zara nggak bisa.
Sorry, Janani, there is no video.
Sorry.
The video is not ready. Cannot see the video.
Is it? Did you see the screen of the presentation?
No, we don't see the screen.
Share.
Maybe you can try. For the voice, I can hear. Yeah, play.
You can hear now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to share the screen.
Iya, ada suara.
Sorry.
Iya, ada suara ya. Kita pencet dulu. Iya, dengar. Iya, ada suaranya ya. Ada suaranya. Kita buka dulu. Suaranya dari mana? Gak bisa dibuka sana. Kita tutup lagi. Oke, bisa lagi. Lihat lagi Kak Damas. Iya, ada suara ya. Suara dengar. Iya, ada suara ya. Dari sini, suaranya dari mesin cuci. Penasaran nggak mau di dalamnya ada bajunya itu? Iya, nggak bisa kebuka itu. Nggak bisa kebuka, Zara nggak bisa.
So let's just think about the video. Do you see any behaviors from the therapist or from the helping therapist that promotes listening? Did you see any behavior that you thought, maybe they are doing it to make listening easier? Okay, think about it. So maybe we saw them that the caregiver or the help was maintaining eye contact. That is because to maintain attention of the child, remember we spoke about listening posture. So she was maintaining eye contact to make sure that the child is paying attention, she's not distracted. They both were waiting for the sound to happen. And when there was a sound, they said, yeah, Swaraya, they said, because I think it's, yes, there is a sound. They kept, I think once or twice they said, listen. They kept pointing to the ears, their ears and the child's. And sometimes they presented the sound first before bringing it in front of the child. So you do see certain behaviors that are typically there in place to promote better listening. So these are the strategies that we are going to learn in this section, but we'll just put them in a little bit of order. Okay. So the first lesson is getting the child hooked to listening. So remember, the child is a very early listener. They've just got their devices on. Yes, they are hearing now and then, and sometimes maybe not paying attention. They may not even know that they are hearing through the device. Okay, it's a new experience. So the first part or the first strategy that we teach the parents is to point to the ears and say, listen. Okay. What do you want them to do? When there is a sound, what do we say? Listen. Okay, but here we point to the ears additionally because we want the child to recognize the ear through their device with the ear. So we say listen, listen. And it's not easy for a parent to just get to this behavior. Being therapists or teachers, we might do it very easily because we have practice. Sometimes parents may have difficulty to just learn this behavior. They may need some time. So the first, and you don't want to always put too many lessons for a parent at first session. Give them simple lessons for them to follow up over the week. So first part is pointing to ears and say listen. And when they are doing it, we prerequisites. Remember from the previous presentation, they need to maintain eye contact so that the child is focusing on the task. He is learning to wait for the sound. He is in his listening posture and ready to receive the information. Okay, so these are all prerequisites that a parent should already know. So when you're doing the listening task, that is from the previous presentation, then you give them the new knowledge. When there is a sound, mama, you know what you need to do. You just point to the ears and say, listen. That's all. Okay, that's the lesson. So to give a practice or maybe to create an activity, what you're going to do is typically have a box and you have different items, like maybe a duck or maybe a monster, or what else I have here, maybe some items in it, a box which makes sound. Okay, so you have them in a small bag, and sometimes either it is for you or for the parents, you give a practice. Okay, so if you're a therapist and you want to do it yourself, just in the house, collect a set of toys and then you have it. And whenever you just say, practice yourself, just say listen and then make the sound. Okay, and then you go listen, listen, and then you say quack quack, and then you say listen, and then you say ooh, it's a monster. Okay, yeah. So why I say this is because sometimes when we are therapists and we are just learning the skill, we are very confused. Sometimes we make the noise and then we say listen. Sometimes we say listen and then make the noise. So we need some practice ourselves, and sometimes the mom also needs a practice. So that's why you collect a lot of items and then you practice the hook strategy. Hook means you're helping the child pay attention to the sounds. Okay, so that's the word listen. When we say listen, the child's attention gets hooked to us and then he tends to listen to the sound. Okay, so that's the first activity. The first knowledge, what we want to give the parents is to point to ears and say listen. What activity we are going to do or how are we going to practice ourselves? We have a couple of toys, items in a bag, which are shakers or an animal toy, a star, a vehicle, or anything. You just put a different item, and one by one, we are just going to take it out and explore it with the kid or play with the kid. But each time we pull out something, we are just going to say, listen, point to the ears. Okay, we are just looking only into those two aspects. If the mother can achieve that, then we move her to the next stage. Okay, don't confuse it too many things at a time. We are just focusing on a simple task. Pull out a toy, say listen, and point to ears. What they can do at home, so you tell them about this and then they go back home. There's like a week before they come for your session. They can think about having listening walk inside the house or outside the house. Listening walk means you just carry your baby and then you move around, or you carry your child, take your child for a walk around, and you start exploring different items, which make sound, which doesn't make sound, what sounds they make. So as you go by, you just, all they need to do is when they identify an object that makes sound, they need to stop and then they need to look at the child and say, listen, point to the ears. That's the lesson we told them. And then they make the sound. Okay, so it can be a door knock, it can be a oven, whatever. So the strategy is point to ears, say listen. Okay, and this one I found it interesting in the website. I think this is a great idea for the schools to take a group of children for a listening walk. I liked it, so I just shared it. And then you can do Play and home routines, you can show children different sounds. So if they are playing with water, you can show the water pouring sound. So before the water is splashed or poured, you just say listen and point to ears. Before you switch on the mixer, you just say listen, point to the ears, and then switch on the mixer. Or in the laptop, the keys make sounds, so you can point those sounds to them. To give you a little more elaboration on this, see, that's what we want in this stage. So whenever they are playing, a clinician or the mother should become very, very attentive where all they can introduce sounds to the kid. Okay, we are not bothered at this stage about what they are talking. We are just checking the mother's or the clinician's ability on how quick they are to introduce different sounds during the play routine. This clinician is very good. She catches one sound during the activity. That's also nice. She's not talking only about there is sound, she's also saying there's no sound. Oh, sorry. I just went ahead. Okay, it is really soft. So this is the first lesson. I'm again summarizing. Point to ears and say listen. Do it in the session, in the house, in the play, in routines. What we are looking at is how good is the parent or the therapist in picking up different sounds during an activity. Okay. So when they come back after a week, generally you ask them what sounds did they hear at home, what sounds did they hear outside. Sometimes the parents may have difficulty to identify different sounds that they can expose their child to, so you help them around. And what sounds can be introduced during play. It might be easier for them to even recognize sounds within the house they might show, but during a play they may forget how to introduce different sounds. Like if you're opening a soap, then the paper makes a sound, if the water makes a sound. So you need to maybe highlight to them that these are different sounds that they can actually expose their kids to during the certain play that you have chosen. And you can ask them further question that they have any difficulty in using the strategy. Okay, it's not easy to change a behavior or learn a new behavior, so sometimes parents may have difficulty to use the point and listen to your strategy. Keep a open space for them where they can come and also talk about their failures, so they are not worried that they should always communicate success to you. Okay, so when they say any difficulty, then you can help them overcome it. Okay, so that's lesson 1. Let's go to lesson 2. Lesson 2 is about reacting and responding to sound. So the first part what we saw was you listen to the sound. After you listen to the sound, what do? You react to it or you respond to it. Okay, so that's what we are looking at strategies that talk about reacting and response. So you point to the ears, you say listen, and you wait for the sound to occur. When the sound occurs, what a parent needs to do, she needs to say, yeah, I hear a sound. Okay, and she gives a facial expression to it. You can say, I hear a sound. You can say, I hear a cow. You can say, I hear it. There is a sound, anything. But you're just teaching the child when you hear a sound, you respond to it. Okay. And sometimes when they are not sure about whether they heard a sound or not, when you show reaction like, yeah, I hear a sound, then they are more confident. Yeah, there was a sound. Okay. They get that confidence. So that's the second strategy. Again, how do you practice it? We have our items and then we have our kid. Okay, so we just look at our kid, we say listen, and then we maintain eye contact, we wait for the sound to occur, and then we make the sound, and then we say I hear that. Okay, So that's all you need to do. Wait for the sound, make the sound, and give the response. I hear that. Okay, so for practice, you can have set of toys, and then now proceed. Wait with the kid, wait for the sound, and say listen. And then when the sound happens, you say I hear that. Okay, or sometimes you can maybe even make it elaborate. You say listen, and you wait with the child. You make the sound. You say shake, 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 and then you say I hear that. Shake, shake, shake. So you can also give little bit of more language depending on your child's skill level. Okay, but the basic requirement here is you just show them facial reaction and you say yeah, there was a sound. Okay, and you encourage child to also mimic that. Let's check this video.
Wah, bagus. Hah? Drumnya bagus.
This mom.
Wah, bagus. Coba sekarang kita mau dengar drumnya ya. Kita dengerin dulu ada bunyinya. Dengar dulu ya. Ada bunyinya. Kak Gali denger. Ada. Coba mama. Iya denger ya, Ma. Ada bunyinya. Ada ya, Mama denger ya, Ma? Denger, Mama. Amin.
So this is what we are aiming for the parent. The parent knows to wait for the sound. She understands her role, that she has to hold child's attention. And then when the sound is there, she reacts like, yeah, I hear a sound. Same with the therapist. What we are talking about is not the child here. We are talking about the strategies that these two adults implemented. Okay. I just want to go to the next slide. I wonder what's up. Sorry for that. Is it easy to Okay, again, for this strategy, you remember you asked the 3 questions, but now when the parents come back after a week, you ask them, okay, because this is about responding and reacting, you ask them, what listening behavior did you notice in your child? So when you waited and then there was a sound, did your child give a turning response, or did they show any facial reaction? Or you can also ask them, did the child respond verbally? How? Did they make the sound, or did they just say, vocalization? So these are some feedback you collect about child's behavior at home after the second lesson. Okay. And then you go for the third lesson, present the sound before showing it, talk about the object before showing it. So that's called audition first. Because we are training the listening, we don't want to just bring the object directly and we say like, look at this, oh, there's a monster, and then he says, ooh, because we are not sure. We are not hooking listening here. So we want to make listening a little bit more important. So before you bring it, you just say, listen, ooh, here comes a monster, and then you show the object. So you present the sound before showing it, or you just say like, oh, I have somebody very scary coming up right now. So you talk about the object before showing it. Okay, so that's called audition first. Just see whether they are doing audition first.
Your voice is not very clear, Janani. Can you repeat? Halo? Oke, mungkin lagi ada masalah jaringan, jadi sambil menunggu Janani, saya resume sedikit ya terkait yang pertama. Jadi memang yang ingin disampaikan Janani di sini adalah untuk strategi AVT dibagi menjadi beberapa bagian gitu ya. Dimulai dari yang paling awal adalah bagaimana kita melatih untuk mengkonekkan dengan suara di sekitar. atau suara lingkungan. Karena memang ini adalah basic awal untuk anak-anak yang mengalami masalah pendengaran. Seperti yang tadi sudah disampaikan, mendengar itu tidak mudah buat mereka. Jadi ketika anak sudah mulai belajar memakai alat bantu dengar atau cochlear implant, kita juga harus mulai memberikan tes yang mudah untuk dia belajar mendengar. Mulai dari bagaimana tadi kita memperhatikan situasi lingkungan dan juga ada strategi-strategi AVT di dalamnya. Mungkin kita tolong di mute dulu ya. Halo Janani. Okay, maybe you can open still mute. I can hear you. You still in mute mode. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm
so
trying
sorry.
to
Zoom is giving me. Oh, okay. Did you hear the video, last video?
Yes, last video. Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
So just short.
So you will audition first. You want a summary? Okay.
Ya, jadi melanjutkan tadi apa yang sudah disampaikan, ada video yang ditunjukkan oleh Janani gitu kan, di mana dari video ini kita bisa juga melihat gitu kan bagaimana proses melatih anak untuk mengkonekkan dari sisi mendengarnya gitu kan, di mana ada konsep kontak mata di dalamnya, ada konsep untuk menunggu, ada juga listening posture di mana kita harus istilahnya juga mempersiapkan dulu anak, dan ada juga konsep-konsep tambahan yang tadi sudah ditunjukkan oleh Janani, seperti dari dasar kita bilang ketika ini kita siapkan dengan tunjuk telinga dulu, setelah kita tunjuk kita bilang dengar, lalu ada kontak mata di dalamnya, jadi anak harus melihat kita juga, dan kita juga menunjukkan postur dalam siap untuk mendengar atau mendapat input. Setelah itu kita menunggu adanya suara agar akhirnya dia melihat ada korelasi. Tadi ada saran misalkan untuk mainan, apapun bisa dimasukkan ke dalam box. Tujuannya kalau di dalam box itu kan biar tidak terlihat dulu, kita bisa kocok, dan dari situ ketika dibuat bervariasi, anak-anak akan makin bersemangat. Itu. Jadi itu tadi poin awal untuk menghubungkan ke suara dari video pertama, terus ada juga video kedua, di mana beliau juga menekankan bahwa ketika melakukan aktivitas di rumah, terutama nanti untuk konseling kepada para orang tua, kita harus benar-benar melatih orang tua bisa mengobserv dan juga mengarahkan banyak suara, tidak hanya suara keras, tapi suara pelan pun kita sampaikan. Dan ketika tidak ada suara pun kita juga harus kenalkan. Jadi ketika ada suara kita bisa bilang kayak tadi mamanya ada suara air, dan ketika tidak ada suara pun oh tidak ada suara. Karena itu memang konsep-konsep dasar untuk belajar anak di awal. Terus tadi juga Janani bisa minta gitu ya, kita share kalau memang dari pengalaman tentang konsep belajar suara di rumah atau di luar rumah, atau ketika konsep suara yang didapat ketika bermain, dan juga kesulitan apa nih yang dirasakan orang tua ketika menerapkan strategi ini di rumah. Jadi ini balik lagi, ini adalah strategi awal yang berhubungan dengan ke arah suara. Setelah ini kita akan lanjut ke arah listening seperti itu. Oke, enough Janani. Thank you.
Okay. So then we go to lesson 4. So what you did was you hooked the child to listening. Then you said it's not listening. Now you respond. And after you respond, you remember audition first. And then you try to slowly make the child understand that sounds have meaning. So far what you did was there is sound, listen to it. Now you want to say to them that sounds carry meaning. So that's where you start naming the sound. So a child tries to understand what is said by linking objects and actions to sounds and words that go with it. So if you're using a brush, Morning you say the brush and then you say listen, brush, brush, brush. Here's your toothbrush, okay? And then there is a kite, then you say listen, fly high, it's a kite, okay? So you say the word, you say the purpose of it, but you start slowly labeling the item, okay? So imagine first you were saying listen, then you said listen, I hear a sound. Now you start saying it's a cow or it's a brush. So you just say brush, 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 toothbrush, or listen, tring, 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 it's a phone. So you start labeling the sounds, and that's called name a sound, okay? And remember, the more you name, the more opportunities they hear it, then they slowly understand this sound goes for the phone, this sound goes for the cow, this sound goes for the shaker, so like that, okay? That associate plane with the sound ah.
Janani, are you share the video?
Yeah. Sorry?
Are you share on the video or no?
Is my
I don't
window
see.
shared?
No.
Okay. Please alert me.
Okay.
Is my
Starting.
screen now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, sorry. So this is what I was talking about. The next strategy is called naming the sound. Here you try to name the sound so that they understand sounds carry meaning. Okay. So when there is a duck, you say, listen, quack, 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 duck. Okay, so you start labeling the sound so that they get the meaning of the sound. Okay.
Ibu dengar. Iya, pesawat. Coba mami kita terbang seperti pesawat, rentangkan tangannya. Iya, ada kacanya. Coba kasih tahu mami. Mami ada kacanya, mami. Iya, ini ada kacanya ya, pesawat.
Here what they do is you can see that they try to say the sound again and again, because that's very important for linking the objects to the sound. So if I just say once, quack, quack, it's a duck, the child doesn't get it. He may have to listen at least a minimum of 500 times or 300 times. So that's why repetition, saying it again and again is very important. And how do you do this? Again, take a set of toys before your session, prepare a kit. So you have different toys. Think about what words you can use for each one. So this is a rolling pin. You can say roll, roll, roll. This is a train. You can say, actually for a moment I forgot what will I say for a train. So we say here, okay, so that's a train for us. And then there is beep beep, it goes car, and then here you go round and round, you spin the spin top, and then it goes round and round. This one is a horsey, maybe you can say goes the horsey, okay. And this man, you can push him down and then he comes back, so you say push, up he comes, push, up he comes. Okay, so those are different objects you can start picking up. You can make your own kit so that you understand what you're going to say. You can say, listen, I hear a horsey. Okay, so that's what you move from I hear a sound to I hear a horse. Okay. What kind of books can be helpful? You can practice the strategies. All of these you can put together again in books too. So this is a book I just found on the internet. This has a lot of I hear. You can take the reference. It's also available on Amazon to buy. So here are different sounds. So you teach the kid basically, okay, listen. Maybe I have my kid, and then we both are going through this book, and then I say, Oh, what is he doing? Okay, listen. Ring, ring. It's a phone. Okay. And what do you say? Hello. Hi, grandma. Hi, grandma. So you just talk about different sounds that happen in the environment. But remember, before every sound you present, you just say listen and point to the ears. And then you make the sound through audition first. If your child is at a good level, name the sound. Oh, it's the phone, or it's the music, it's the drum. So you combine all the strategies at a later stage so that the child's listening is connected to sounds around, and also they understand sounds carry meaning. Okay, is that clear? And remember the last principle of LSL, it's to guide and coach parents to help their children use hearing as the primary sensory modality in developing spoken language. Why I say this is because if you do not use all these strategies in the early level, then listening is not the primary sense for that child. You are actually giving him different cues, and listening may not be his dominant learning modality. Okay, only when you use all these strategies, the foundation for listening is very strong, that the child becomes a listening or learning child. Is that clear so far? So, what we saw here in this presentation is very simple. We saw strategies to hook to listening. We saw strategies to hook to listening and react and respond. We saw strategies to understand that sounds have certain objects make certain sounds. Okay, that is by labeling. Okay, so these are the early strategies that we covered in this presentation. So the first part, hook to listening, point to ears, say listen. Second part, react and respond. Point to ears, say listen, and then remember to react to the sound, say I hear a sound. Then remember audition first. Then remember to label the sound. Is that clear so far? Why am I breaking it down to small pieces is because this way you can convey the information to the parents without stressing them with too much information. I hope this makes sense. Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot. Anita, you want to summarize?
Oke, wait. Oke, jadi melanjutkan tadi apa yang sudah disampaikan sebelum sempat terputus. Jadi untuk yang pertama ini kita ada beberapa poin ya yang ditekankan oleh Janani di konsep ke arah mendengar dari sisi suaranya dulu. Jadi hook to listening di mana kita harus selalu nunjuk telinga, bilang dengar, ada kontak mata, dan juga harus memposisikan kita siap untuk mendengar. Jadi tujuannya itu biar ditiru oleh anak seperti itu. Dan setelah itu kita harus menunjukkan bagaimana kita bereaksi dan merespon ketika ada suara gitu ya, dengan menunjukkan ekspresi wajah salah satunya, dan tetap nunjuk telinga juga dan bilang dengar. Dan setelah itu kita menekankan bahwa oh iya aku dengar, mama dengar, dengan ekspresi wajah yang pastinya untuk di awal-awal. Terus setelah itu juga ada konsep yang ketiga tentang audition first, di mana memang karena kita harus ingat ini anak-anak belajar untuk mengejar ketertinggalan dari sisi mendengar. Jadi memang harus diutamakan audition first atau mendengar terlebih dahulu, baru kita menunjukkan objeknya atau visualnya. Terus ada konsep name the sound, artinya seperti yang mungkin udah sering kita berikan, kita selalu memberikan nama untuk benda, bisa jadi dengan suara awal, atau mungkin kalau untuk kegiatan kita dengan frase sederhana, kayak yang dicontohkan tadi ada untuk sikat-sikat, kita terbang, untuk hal-hal yang sesuatu yang sifatnya playing dan sering ditemui anak-anak itu akan lebih cepat untuk ditangkap. Jadi ini adalah poin awal untuk mengangkat dari sisi melatih kemampuan mendengar yang dihubungkan dengan suara-suara yang akan kita latihkan ke anak. Setelah ini kita akan ke bahasan selanjutnya yang tadi sudah disampaikan menuju ke arah konsep bahasa. Oke, Janani.
Yeah, is this okay? Is it clear? I hope you understand that, yeah, if we do both translation every slide, it might take a long time for us to finish. That's why I had to trouble with only English. So we'll go through this presentation a little quicker. It's very easy. And after that, you can have your break. I think we are running a little late, like 10 minutes or so. I hope that's okay. Let me share the screen. Please remind me if I forget to share a screen. I'm more a Teams person, so Zoom I get so confused. So please ask me to share the screen. So the third part is called connecting listening to language. So remember, first presentation we spoke about prerequisites and conditions. Second part we spoke about strategies to listen, link listening to environment around. Now what we want to do is to link listening to language, that is to your brain, to make people understand that sounds have meaning, it has language in it. So that's what we want to convey to our kids. And we want them to pick up language through listening. So what are the strategies for that? Okay, that's what we are going to see in this presentation. First, what do we know about language development? It is found that children need to hear 30,000 words per day for optimal listening, spoken language, and academic success. So there was the study by Hart and Risley. Maybe I'm wrong with the name. So what they did was they followed up kids, 42 or around families they followed. Every month they'll take one recording of parent and child interaction. The kids were somewhere around 7 months of age, and they did this recording for 3 years. Okay, and then the sample they got, they transcribed what all the parents spoke, and they also monitored how the children's language developed, and they found that there is a direct link between words heard during birth to 3 years and the academic performance, meaning the amount of language they heard at home relates to good academic performance. More language they heard, more academic performance. Okay, and that is between 0 to 3 years. So earlier exposure is important. And also when they saw what all words the child uses in later part of their life, 86 to 98% of the words were the ones that they heard in their first 3 years of life by their parents. So whatever the words the parents spoke, they retained it, and 98% of it they used it at later part of their life. Okay. And also they found that a child has to hear at least 30,000 words per day. That's a lot of words. They need to hear so much for optimal listening and spoken language and academic success. So optimal is the word, meaning for best results, a child needs to be exposed to 30,000 words. Okay. And how are we going to use this knowledge in LSL practice? We know that LSL is a natural developmental approach, meaning we take inspiration from normal development and we apply it in AVT for kids with hearing loss. We don't do special things or different things. We try to follow the typical development, take knowledge from there and put it here. So what is our goal based on the study that I shared? Our goal is to achieve 30,000 words per day. Okay. If you think of an infant or a toddler, infant means less than 1 year, toddler is like 2 years around. So they sleep for around 13 to 14 hours in a day. And what we have rest is only 10 to 14 hours where they stay awake. So that is the window we need to use to give them the 30,000 words per day. So let's take a sample of how a 1-year-old's day schedule looks like. So 7 a.m. they wake up, eat, have breakfast, then they sleep, wake up, play, lunch, play, nap, again wake up, snack, play, dinner, bath, and have some family time, and it's bedtime already. What do you find in this schedule? Basically for 1 or 2-year-old, their schedule looks like they have play routines and they have home routines. So we have 10 to 14 hours per day to talk, and in that talk we have routines and play routines. That's what we need to use to give them language. That's what we find. So this information you need to communicate to the parent. So your first strategy is talk around the clock, meaning a professional provide guidance that children pick up language quickly and easily when engaged in play. So when you're, instead of just the child is not engaged, he's just sitting in the cradle, you just talk, it's not going to help. But when they are doing a routine, when they are taking a bath, when they are playing with some towers or with a ball, that time what language you provide, they pick up that language. So we give first knowledge to the parent. When you are doing any play routines or home routine, please talk to the child. Okay, so that's the first point or the strategy we tell the parents. Also, we tell them why routines and play are very interesting for the child's language development, because they are repetitive and they are predictable. So whenever you're going to take the child for a bath, and then you're going to get the soap, you're going to say wash, 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 wash. It's repetitive, so the child gets to hear the word again and again. And also it's predictable, meaning first day he hears wash, 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 next day he knows that you're going to use the word wash, wash. So he tries to pick up language, he tries to predict language. So that's why play routine and home routine are very good for language pickup. Okay. And what is our role in this? Our role is to help the family spot opportunities for meaningful communication or interaction with the child throughout the day. So I showed you the schedule. There is a lot of playtime and wake up time, but for a parent, we may have to break it down again. We say, okay, you know what, maybe this week, do you think it's a good idea that we make the table together during the lunchtime? You talk during the lunchtime. During the playtime, maybe do you want to build some towers with the kid? And at bedtime, do you want to read a story? So you make it easier for them on exactly when to talk, because sometimes it's difficult for parents to pick up talking. They just do it random, but if you give them some guidance, it's more streamlined. Okay. And give caregivers an easy start, because some parents talk a lot, some parents talk a little bit. So there are parents who talk 3,000 words per hour to the kid, but while other parents talk only 500, and this is a normal range. Okay, so maybe some of your parents are at 500 words, you need to push them slowly to a higher end. Some parents are at 2,000, it might be easier for them to talk a little bit more. But quickly expecting a 500 parent to jump to 3,000 may be a little difficult. You should be mindful of that. Okay, so what are some questions we can ask the parents? We can ask them, what's your daily schedule like how I showed a schedule in the slide. You can ask them to prepare a schedule for the child so that you can identify which all places we can use for talking. You can also find out how much of a personal time you see in that schedule, because sometimes parents are fully packed. We need to also highlight to them that if they run in such a pace, sometimes they can get exhausted very quickly. So we need to let them know it's okay to take some personal time off. And if you can also consider, okay, if I have a child who is 2-year-old, you can brainstorm what all home routine or play routine I might use for that child and why. Okay, so that gives you an understanding. Okay, if I'm working, maybe I like the bedtime routine because I'm more relaxed there. So when I'm starting, I would like to do the bedtime routine first, where I read a book. Okay, so that way you try to put yourself in parent shoes, or you can also ask them which routine they want to try first. Take their opinion. If they are away at work at that time, who will be at the house to help in child's language development? So you'll get information on different communication partners. So role of significant others, especially in joint families or families where you have friends to support you, you can take their help. So when you take others' help, your schedule becomes a little more expanded. So the child can play beads with the grandmom, maybe in another playtime he can play with the grandpa. So the language exposure what the child gets becomes richer and richer when you involve more people. And it's not only about quantity of interaction, like 30,000 words per hour. What they for research says, even quality of interaction matters. Okay, the way we talk, how much we talk matters, and what kind of information we convey during that time also matters. Let me know if you can hear this.
Thinks it's okay. for mom, me, to have to get up with you all night long. That's not fair. Because I made you, okay? I put you in my belly, and then I carried you, and I nurtured you, and then I pushed you out, okay? And then I have to do everything else with you. Gotta change your diaper, gotta feed you, I gotta give you your bath, I have to wipe your puke up, I have puke on me all day long, and what else? And you know, it's not fair. It's not fair. Okay? But then you make faces like that, and then it just makes it all better. Yeah. So.
It's just a
Whatever.
sample to show that you can actually talk a lot with the kid. So that's where we try to get the 3,000 words. And we need to guide the parents that, you know, language is caught, it's not taught. Typically, you should just put your child in a talking environment. Imagine like a sponge, you immerse it, it picks up all the water. So like that, the child picks up all the words, and then when you take it out, some water goes away. So like that, he loses the words that he's not interested in, but he retains some amount of words. So our job is to keep pushing the child into the water or into the language so that he picks up language on his own. So that is another knowledge we need to provide to the parents. And we need to let them know that business talk is not adequate. Business talk means, oh, get up, take it, go there, okay, put your shoes. So those are called as business talk. That's not enough. We need to have quality talk with the child. Okay. So how do you do quality talk? Suddenly, if you say someone talk, it can't happen, right? We need to give them some way to talk. So these are two strategies which will help parents to talk. That is called self-talk, meaning talk to your child about what you are looking, you are hearing, and what you are doing. Okay, you're making some cookies. You just say, I think some cookies will be nice. I'm going to bake some cookies. I put some dough in the oven. So you talk about what you are doing. It smells nice. So you're smelling whatever you're sensing, you talk about it. So that is one way to help parents talk a little bit more. They talk about what they are doing. That's called self-talk. We can also push them to the next strategy called parallel talk, meaning they talk about what the kid is doing. So the kid is building some towers. So then the mom sees it and she says, oh, the green one goes on top. If the child puts the green one on top, and the tower is done. So basically, whatever the child wants to say or is saying in the head, the mom tries to give it in words. That's called the parallel talk. Okay, you can say, I see you're hungry. All that is parallel talk. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Nice people. Yeah, you like all the people. Yeah.
She says you like other people.
Yeah, you know all the people love you. Yeah. So is the whining. Achoo! Achoo! Oh, there's some milk. Achoo! Achoo! Say hi. Hi. You're so smiley now. Yeah, what was all that whining before? What was all the whining before? Don't spit up the milk. Oh, you say your tummy hurts? What do I do? You have to poop. You have to poop. I know. I understand. I understand. I know. Yeah. Yeah. You're so talkative today. Yes. Hey, Mom.
So here, just why I showed this video is mom is talking about he likes people, his tummy hurts, he's having a cough, and he's been talkative. So this is totally a different level of language compared to the business talk. If you just say, oh, you want food, okay, have food, it's a different plane, and this is a little bit more elaborate. So what we are looking for is more elaborate conversations to get the 30,000 words per day limit. Okay. Um, and also you saw the mom repeated a lot of the child's sounds. So repetition is another strategy that we need to provide guidance to the parents about, because the child has to hear a sound or a word many times before they begin using it. So every time you wake up in the morning, you go and tell the child good morning, then he hears it for like 365 days in an year, then he picks it up. Each time you go out, you say bye bye. Maybe in 4 months or 5 months, he starts picking up the language bye bye. Okay. So you do a lot of repetition so that the child understands the language. So repeat important words again and again in a conversation. When you say cow, so either it is some word that you pick up or sound you pick up in a conversation like the mother, or if you're talking about the cow, you say, oh, I hear a cow. The cow is hungry. Please feed the cow. Or the cow goes on. It says moo. So you just keep highlighting the word again and again. Remember, we are talking about strategies to help child pick up language. So that's why we are focusing on words now. Okay. So let's see. This is in Tamil. Listen to it and see if you can at least pick up one word of Tamil. Okay.
Very good. எப்படி எடுக்கலாம் நான் பண்ணிட்டேன் இங்க இருக்கு ஆரஞ்சு எங்க இருக்கு அது இல்ல ஆரஞ்சு இதே கலர் எங்க இருக்கு இதே கலர் எப்படி அழுத்தி
Did you get the word aruthi? It means press. So what the clinician is doing here is called a repetition strategy or auditory bombardment, meaning they keep saying the word again and again to the child. Let's see one more sample.
Up and down. Up and down. My baby. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down. Zoom. Zoom. Oh.
So again, this is sample for just showed you 2 ages where you use repetition so that the child slowly starts to associate words to different actions or to different items. Okay. So how does a mother practice it at home? You pick up any routine. Write down the keywords or phrases that can be used again and again. Okay. So if it is bath, it is wash, wash, wash. You can say, you can take the soap and you say, smells nice. So that's another phrase that you can highlight. Then you can say all done. So like that, just pick up 5 words that they can use in the routine. You can ask them first and then you can add some more items to it. So think of other contexts where the same word can be used. So wash, 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 you use it in the bath time. You can also highlight to the mom that the same can be used in the kitchen for washing some of the vessels, so that the child gets repeated exposure and he picks up the first few words. Apart from that, books are a good opportunity for providing meaningful information or context. So if you go onto the Google, you can just ask for best books for 1-year-old, 2-year-old based on your age, and then you get a language level at which you can start for your kid so that you are not overshooting. And what books do is, once you are done with the home routines, if your parents are comfortable, remember home routines, the same things happen again and again. It's repetitive and it's also sometimes a little bit restricted, because the same washing, you start talking about the same words after some time. So that's where books come in, because books provide different context for you to introduce newer words, newer thinking. So that's where you start including books also into your lesson plan. So imagine the first we spoke about including music, and now for promoting language, we are talking about introducing books to your kid. This is the end. So just to again summarize, we are talking about connecting language and listening, because in LSL we want to have the children learn language through listening. So there are different concepts you can give to your parents. The concept that we are going to give them is first a target, that is 30,000 words. That's our aim. And we need to provide quality conversation. We also should provide quantitative conversation. How to make the parents talk a bit more? You first find a schedule where all they can talk, and then you help them talk by teaching them strategies, self-talk, parallel talk, and also to help the child pick up the words, we use repetition strategy. Is that clear so far? Yeah. Is this easy?
Oke, jadi
Anita, you want to summarize?
Oke, maybe a short summarize ya. Oke, jadi ini adalah terkait kalau yang pertama tadi dari Jana sudah sampaikan tentang bagaimana mengkonekkan dengan suara gitu ya di sekitar. Sekarang connect listening to language. Jadi kita ke arah bahasa yang harus diperbanyak ke anak. Nah, ini background awal kenapa ada strategi ini juga berdasarkan dari riset ya, di mana perkembangan bahasa anak itu terbaik memang sebenarnya di 3 tahun pertama, karena di situ kosakata mereka sangat banyak atau cepat dalam proses perkembangannya. Karena itu ada ungkapan anak membutuhkan input bahasa dalam 1 hari itu 30.000 kata atau dalam 1 jam 3.000, karena memang untuk meningkatkan kemampuan dari segi bahasa atau language-nya. Jadi di sini tadi yang disampaikan oleh Janani poinnya adalah itu tadi 30.000 kata per hari. Nah, dari situ kita juga diajak untuk mencoba berhitung gitu ya. Untuk anak bayi atau yang masih kecil itu jam tidurnya adalah 13 sampai 14 jam. Nah, yang harus kita pikirkan adalah sisanya jam bangunnya yaitu 10 sampai 14 jam. Itu sudah diisi oleh apa gitu ya. Nah, salah satu yang disarankan adalah kita mulai membuat jadwal harian. Dan ini menurut saya sangat bagus sekali untuk melatih kita makin disiplin, mengingat apakah hari ini sudah memberikan input bahasa gitu kan. Jadi ada mulai dari contohnya Janani tadi, dari jam 7 pagi bangun, sarapan, terus dari situ nanti ada proses makan siang, tidur siang, sampai di akhir adalah tidur malam seperti itu. Itu sesuatu yang bisa kita pikirkan input-input bahasanya, karena 30.000 kata itu bisa didapat dari kegiatan sehari-hari. Nah, untuk menuju ke situ ada juga tambahan strategi AVT yang harus diterapkan seperti itu ya. Jadi pastilah yang pertama adalah kita harus selalu banyak ngomong ya, talk around ya, yang selalu diangkat, di mana di sini akan ada banyak konsep repetisi, terus konsep-konsep kosakata baru, dan itu akan didapat sepanjang hari. Karena itu dia Janani menekankan sekali lagi pentingnya membuat jadwal. Dan memang beliau juga mengangkat bahwa mungkin tiap orang berbeda, orang tua berbeda-beda ya. Ada yang mampu berinteraksi rata-rata 40 menit gitu ya dengan anak, atau ada yang lebih sedikit. Itu memang banyak faktor, tapi yang penting kita buat menjadi rutinitas dan disiplin saja untuk diteruskan. Oke, setelah itu kalau untuk jadwal tadi sudah diangkat, jadi kita bisa buat jadwal disesuaikan dengan usia anak gitu kan, 2 tahun, 3 tahun, dan dari situ kita buat perencanaan. Dan untuk pembuatan jadwal ini ditekankan karena memang dasar AVT adalah terapi keluarga ya, jadi artinya tidak hanya dititik beratkan ke ibu atau bapak, tapi seluruh anggota keluarga harus berperan serta dalam menerapkan jadwal yang dibuat. Oke, itu singkatnya. Terus lanjut tadi juga teknologi strategi AVT lain lagi yang juga diangkat. Bagaimana untuk memperkaya pengalaman berbahasa anak. Itu sangat penting di awal-awal belajar mendengar. Tadi ada istilah self-talk, ada parallel talk. Mungkin ini juga sudah cukup familiar ya untuk para peserta. Tinggal bagaimana kita mengaplikasikannya secara rutin dan disiplin. Dan ini menyampaikan self-talk itu adalah contohnya ketika kita selalu membahasakan apa yang kita lakukan. Misalkan kita sedang mengajak anak memasak atau membuat kue di dapur, kita bisa bilang, ayo kita buat kue, kuenya kita aduk, dicampur, apapun yang kita lakukan kita bahasakan. Atau parallel talk. Artinya di sini adalah kita membahasakan apa yang dilakukan anak, atau mungkin apa yang dilihat anak, atau mungkin juga apa yang dirasakan anak. Oke, tadi ada juga contoh video gitu kan, di mana ada video tentang konsep repetisi, di mana dengan repetisi itu ternyata sangat bermanfaat. Sebagai contoh, ketika setiap pagi kita selalu bilang, ayo kita berangkat, bilang dadah, dan ternyata ketika diulang-ulang, bisa jadi dalam beberapa bulan ke depan dia paham dadah dan bisa ngucapin dadah. Itu salah satu hal yang bisa diangkat untuk konsep pentingnya repetisi. Terus juga tadi ada saran gitu kan dari Janani, mungkin kalau dari kita sebagai guru bisa menyampaikan ke orang tua gitu, atau orang tua langsung coba buat jadwal rutinitas harian, dituliskan gitu ya, kata kunci atau frase apa yang ingin kita latih dan kita ulang, baik dalam konteks atau di luar konteks. Misalkan kita mau melatih kata cuci gitu kan. Nah, cucinya itu berarti kita pikirin cuci apa nih? Oh, cuci piring, cuci gelas, seperti itu. Terus setelah itu next target adalah bagaimana membuat kata ini bisa dalam variasi kegiatan yang berbeda. Oh, ternyata cuci itu tidak sekadar cuci piring, cuci gelas, tapi cuci baju, cuci bola, cuci mainan. Jadi akhirnya lama-lama anak bisa paham dalam variasi konteks. Oke, terus lanjut. Kembali lagi ditekankan buku itu sangat penting gitu kan, karena kenapa? Dalam buku itu akan banyak konteks-konteks baru yang tidak semua bisa kita tunjukkan dalam kegiatan sehari-hari, jadi itu sangat penting untuk memperkaya bahasa anak. Karena sekali lagi di materi yang kedua ini adalah tentang bagaimana menghubungkan suara yang dia dengar dengan bahasa gitu, atau language. Oke, Janani.
Okay, so it's break time, I guess.
Yeah. Or actually we have for 15 minutes for the, but we can early.
I think you have 15 more minutes for break.
No, the plan in 11, right, Mbak Kak Nadia? The still mute, Kak.
I think we are 15 minutes late, right?
Actually, we will break on 11, I think.
We have 20 minutes.
I think 15.
Yeah, I think 15.
So we can
for
early take break.
Yeah, we can a little bit early.
Okay.
So the last materi after Mbak Marsha ya, Mbak Marsha session.
Yes. Setelah ini akan ada lagi materi dari Mbak Marsha selaku manajer klinikal.
Kak Nadia, tapi kita take break dulu ya Kak ya.
Oh oke.
Ya kan jadwalnya Mbak Marsha setengah 12, takutnya Mbak Marsha masih prepare gitu kan. Karena ini ada tambahan, jadi mungkin kita Mbak Marsha apakah sudah ini Mbak Kak? Jadi rencana nanti kita mulai lagi 11.30.
Oke. Coba ya.
Oke, jadi mungkin kalau gitu kita take break dulu aja Kak Nadia.
Oke. Mungkin dipersilakan bagi teman-teman di sini, orang tua, dan juga para guru, kalau misalnya mau minum kopi dulu, atau cemil-cemil dulu, atau gerakin badan dulu, karena udah capek duduk dari jam 9 sampai dengan jam 10 ya, jam 11 kurang 15 menit, itu kami persilakan. Nanti kita akan kembali lagi di jam 11.30.
So we have 45 minutes, Janani, for the take break.
Sorry,
Yeah.
so when should I log in again?
Yeah, the plan. Yeah, we break around 45 minutes.
After 45 minutes?
With Mbak Marsha, and then with your session 12 o'clock.
Okay, you just text me?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay, because timing is different.
Yep.
Okay.
I will text you.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay,
Thanks. I'll
thank
be
you.
around. Thank
Okay,
you so
see you,
much.
Janani.
See you.
Oke, baik. Jadi sudah bergabung kembali ya kita di acara seminar LSL Strategi for Parents and Teacher. Sambil menunggu teman-teman yang lain untuk bergabung, silakan nanti kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan atau mau materi ini kok kurang jelas ya gitu, mungkin bisa nanti chat di kolom komentar, nanti di seksi Q&A kita akan bahas kembali. Terima kasih. Oke, karena waktu menunjukkan sudah jam 11.30, kita akan mulai rundown berikutnya, yaitu ada sedikit materi nih dari Mbak Marsha selaku dari selaku manajer dari tim Clinical Nobel Audiology Center. Untuk Mbak Marsha, halo Mbak Marsha.
Halo Nadia.
Iya. Oke deh Mbak, ini sembari aku review lagi ya tentang CV-nya Mbak Marsha, boleh?
Boleh, silakan.
Oke. Nah, Mbak Marsha ini adalah lulusan dari Akademi Audiologi Indonesia. Jadi masa studinya dari tahun 2008 sampai dengan 2011 dengan 14 tahun pengalaman di dunia hearing. Gitu ya Mbak Marsha?
Iya.
Oke, tanpa berlama-lama lagi nih kayaknya boleh langsung dimulai aja materinya dari Mbak Marsha. Terima kasih Mbak.
Terima kasih Nadia. Saya izin share screen dulu ya. Oke. Di sini sudah kelihatan ya?
Sudah Kak.
Sudah kelihatan. Oke. Ya, oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Terima kasih sudah bergabung pada kesempatan kali ini. Semangat ya, hari Minggu di weekend-nya kita isi dengan materi-materi. Tadi sudah diisi dengan Miss Janani dan juga ada Mbak Anita. Kemudian siang ini dilanjutkan oleh saya mengenai ini ya, perjalanan hearing sukses dengan Abby. Nah, mungkin di sini kita akan melihat dulu mengenai proses mendengar itu seperti apa. Jadi, kalau kita lihat di sini, suara itu akan ditangkap oleh daun telinga, kemudian dia diteruskan ke liang telinga melalui telinga tengah, kemudian akan diteruskan ke dalam koklea, telinga bagian dalam, dan yang nantinya akan dipersepsikan ke otak menjadi sebuah suara. Itu adalah proses singkat dari proses pendengaran. Nah, jadi pada intinya pendengaran itu atau telinga merupakan pintu atau jalur masuknya suara menuju otak. Jadi telinga itu merupakan bagian yang sangat penting karena dia adalah proses awal mulanya suara itu masuk. Gitu. Jadi bayangkan kalau misalkan telinga atau fungsi dari telinga itu sendiri mengalami masalah atau bahkan fungsinya tidak berfungsi, artinya proses perjalanan suara menuju otak tadi akan menjadi terhambat. Jadi kalau kita lihat di sini, di sini adalah suatu gambaran bisa dilihat kalau sistem auditori atau sistem pendengaran terstimulasi, maka akan ada gambaran-gambaran di sini yang terekam di memori auditori tadi, gitu. Jadi semakin banyak stimulus yang masuk, tentunya akan semakin banyak gambaran atau pola-pola yang nantinya akan direkam di bagian auditori atau di bagian pendengaran. Nah, kemudian di sini yang paling penting adalah ada rumusan 1, 3, dan 6. Gitu. Jadi, untuk mengetahui masalah pendengaran itu dimulai dari screening pendengaran dulu. Nah, screening pendengaran ini biasanya harus sudah dilakukan di usia maksimal 1 bulan. Jadi usia bayi lahir di usia 1 bulan itu sudah harus dilakukan screening pendengaran. Kemudian setelah itu dari screeningnya jika ternyata dinyatakan tidak lolos screening, maka di usia 3 bulan harus sudah didiagnosa masalah pendengarannya. Sehingga nanti harapannya di usia 6 bulan itu sudah dilakukan deteksi, dilakukan intervensi dini di usia 6 bulan dengan penggunaan alat bantu dengar atau juga bisa implan koklea. Nanti untuk lebih lanjutnya akan kita bahas di slide-slide berikutnya. Jadi identifikasi atau intervensi dini ini sangat penting untuk proses kita mengetahui seseorang apakah mengalami gangguan pendengaran atau tidak. Itu jadi yang perlu diingat adalah di rumusan tadi 1, 3, dan 6. Jadi di usia 6 bulan maksimal harus sudah diintervensi. Gitu. Nah, kemudian apa sih kira-kira yang akan terjadi jika ada keterlambatan pada proses identifikasi dan juga intervensi? Gitu. Nah, di sini yang akan terjadi ketika ada keterlambatan di proses tersebut, maka akan mempengaruhi kemampuan mendengar dan berbicara seseorang. Gitu. Jadi usia kronologis dan usia pendengarannya tentunya nanti akan menjadi ada gap atau ada jarak. Gitu. Jadi yang itu nantinya akan bisa mempengaruhi ke kemampuan mendengar dan proses belajar berbahasa. Seperti itu. Kemudian juga yang akan terjadi adalah nantinya akan memiliki keterbatasan akses dalam berbagai hal, mulai dari nanti akses pendengaran, kemudian akses-akses lainnya yang akan menghambat ke kualitas kehidupan dari seseorang ketika mengalami masalah gangguan pendengaran. Gitu. Kemudian seorang anak yang semua orang pasti sudah memiliki potensinya masing-masing, tetapi ketika mempunyai keterbatasan dari masalah di pendengaran tersebut, tentunya nanti akan menjadi hambatan dari potensi yang dimiliki oleh si anak tersebut. Gitu. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini, perkembangan dari syaraf auditori itu perkembangannya akan terjadi sangat pesat di 2 tahun pertama kehidupan seorang anak gitu. Jadi dari mulai yang sedikit-sedikit perkembangannya, terus tiba-tiba dia akan berkembang secara pesat sampai dengan paling nggak di 2 tahun pertama gitu. Jadi bisa dibayangkan kalau tadi intervensinya terlambat, maka nanti perkembangannya semua akan berpengaruh gitu. Jadi prinsipnya adalah semakin cepat semakin baik untuk ditangani. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini dari derajat gangguan pendengaran, di sini ada chart audiogram. Nah, di sini bisa dilihat ini adalah untuk frekuensinya, kemudian ini untuk intensitas atau besar kecilnya suara gitu. Nah, kalau kita lihat kurva di sini berarti kan kita bisa lihat bahwa range pendengaran normal itu ada di range 0 sampai 20 desibel, kemudian di 20 sampai 40 desibel itu sudah masuk kategori ringan. Kemudian di 40 sampai dengan 70 desibel itu masuk ke kategori sedang, 70 sampai 90 masuk ke kategori gangguan pendengaran berat, dan di atas 90 desibel merupakan gangguan pendengaran sangat berat. Nah, kira-kira untuk gangguan pendengaran ini solusinya apa aja? Nah, solusi dari gangguan pendengaran ini, solusi yang paling umum itu ada 2. Ada alat bantu dengar, juga ada implan koklea.
Jadi kalau kita lihat di sini alat bantu dengar kurang lebih modelnya seperti ini. Kalau alat bantu dengar, kalau implan koklea modelnya seperti ini. Kita akan lihat gambarannya di slide berikutnya. Nah, untuk implan koklea sendiri di sini terdapat dua komponen. Jadi ada komponen bagian dalam dan juga komponen bagian luar. Komponen bagian dalam ini akan dipasangkan melalui proses operasi. Jadi implan bagian dalam ini nantinya akan dipasang melalui proses operasi, alatnya akan dipasangkan di bawah lapisan kulit. Kemudian ini ada alat luar. Alat luar ini sebagai, atau kita sebutnya sebagai sound processor, yang nantinya akan dihubungkan oleh magnet headpiece ini ke implan bagian dalam. Nah, tadi karena saya sudah menyebutkan solusi untuk gangguan pendengaran itu ada dua, ada alat bantu dengar juga implan koklea. Kira-kira apa sih ya perbedaannya dari alat bantu dengar dan juga implan koklea? Nah, kalau alat bantu dengar, prinsipnya adalah dia hanya bisa menguatkan suara atau memperkeras suara. Jadi, suara yang masuk melalui alat bantu dengar, kemudian dia akan proses suara itu menjadi lebih keras. Jadi, memperkeras suara karena dia sistemnya amplifikasi. Nah, dengan suara yang diperkeras tadi, maka suara yang nanti akan dihantarkan ke telinga itu akan menjadi lebih besar gitu. Nah, tetapi apakah suaranya itu akan bisa menjadi lebih jelas? Nah, itu tergantung dari sisa-sisa sel rambut yang masih tersisa di dalam rumah siput atau di dalam koklea. Jadi bisa dilihat seberapa banyak sisa pendengarannya dari hasil audiogram tadi gitu. Jadi seseorang ini mengalami gangguan pendengarannya ada di berapa desibel derajat gangguan pendengarannya. Semakin berat derajat pendengarannya, maka sisa sel rambutnya itu maka akan semakin sedikit gitu. Jadi prinsip alat bantu dengar tadi dia memperkeras suara, tetapi juga dia tetap masih mengandalkan fungsi yang masih tersisa di dalam koklea tersebut gitu. Sementara untuk implan koklea sendiri dia sistemnya adalah menggantikan fungsi dari sel rambut karena cara kerjanya dia adalah mengkonversi bunyi akustik tadi yang sudah dikerjakan oleh alat bantu dengar itu dengan implan sudah langsung diubah menjadi sinyal elektrik gitu. Jadi fungsi dari sel-sel rambut yang sudah rusak tadi akan digantikan oleh implan yang dipasangkan melalui proses operasi gitu, sehingga implan tersebut akan langsung merangsang sistem saraf pendengaran secara langsung gitu. Kalau misalnya dilihat dari sini, di sebelah sini ada gambaran sel rambut yang masih sehat. Jadi di sini masih utuh sel-sel rambutnya yang warna putih ini. Kemudian ada satu lagi gambar yang di mana sel-sel rambutnya sudah mengalami masalah. Jadi kalau dilihat dari gambaran ini berarti ini sudah mengalami gangguan pendengaran berat ke sangat berat gitu, karena dia dari yang utuh, dari koklea yang normal, tiba-tiba di sini ada gambarannya seperti ini. Gitu. Nah, kalau kita analogikan ke suatu kata, di sini ada suatu kata sebetulnya. Nah, suatu kata ini kalau digunakan oleh alat bantu dengar yang tadi artinya diperkeras, berarti kita akan perbesar untuk si tulisan tersebut. Nah, tulisan ini apakah bisa dibaca atau tidak? Gitu. Mungkin saya coba tanya ya, karena dia apakah bisa dibaca tulisan ini atau tidak ya kira-kira?
Tulisannya susah
Yang
banget ya Kak dibacanya.
Ya, kira-kira bisa ditebak nggak ya?
Huruf apa ya ini? Pelipis?
Oke. Sulit ya Kak Nadia ya.
Iya.
Nah, oke, baik. Jadi, nah ternyata ini adalah tulisannya kalau kita ambil tarik garis itu sebenarnya ini tulisannya fire truck. Jadi ini huruf F, ini adalah huruf R, gitu. Kemudian ini huruf E, kemudian ini huruf T, kemudian ini huruf R lagi, kemudian ini huruf U, ini huruf C, dan ini huruf K. Jadi kalau dibaca satu kata ini adalah fire truck. Gitu. Nah, itu adalah suatu gambaran yang dapat dilakukan oleh alat bantu dengar tadi. Dia sistemnya memperkeras suara, tetapi tidak membuat suara itu menjadi lebih jelas gitu. Suaranya akan dibuat lebih keras, namun untuk kejelasannya itu tadi akan sangat dipengaruhi oleh sisa sel rambut yang masih ada gitu. Jadi mungkin beberapa orang yang masih dapat manfaat dengan alat bantu dengar bisa jadi bisa juga itu karena ada clue-nya. Misalnya dalam satu kalimat anak tersebut dia bisa mendengarkan karena ada clue kurang lebihnya itu kalimat apa gitu. Jadi kurang lebih kayak menebak-nebak gitu. Tetapi sebetulnya yang didengarkan adalah suara yang bisa terpotong-potong kayak gitu, jadi kurang jelas suaranya. Sementara yang bisa dilakukan oleh implan koklea tadi adalah menggantikan yang tadinya di sini tidak berfungsi, sel rambutnya atau bisa dikatakan dia udah mulai gundul. Nah, fungsinya digantikan oleh kabel elektroda yang masuk ke dalam koklea. Gitu. Sehingga dia sudah tidak melihat lagi seberapa banyak sisa nih fungsi dari sel rambut gitu, karena fungsinya akan digantikan oleh elektroda ini yang nantinya dia langsung ngasih stimulus elektrik ke bagian syaraf pendengaran. Gitu. Jadi gambarannya atau kesimpulannya implan koklea ini memberikan jalur baru untuk mendengar gitu karena dia sistemnya membypass yang tadinya secara alami pendengaran suaranya langsung ditangkap dari daun telinga, kemudian lewat liang telinga, lewat bagian telinga tengah, juga bagian telinga dalam, tetapi dia udah nggak lewat telinga tengah lagi karena implan yang dipasang di lapisan bawah kulit ini sudah langsung membypass ke koklea gitu. Jadi yang di bagian telinga tengah itu sistem kerjanya tidak digunakan lagi ketika seseorang sudah pakai implan gitu. Jadi proses dengarnya langsung terbypass. Nah, di sini ada sedikit gambaran video cara kerja dari implan koklea.
Millions of people suffer from hearing loss. For those who no longer benefit from hearing aids, cochlear implants may be the next best step. For most people, severe to profound hearing loss results from damage to fine sensory hair cells in the inner ear. A cochlear implant bypasses the damaged hair cells and sends electrical signals directly to the hearing nerve and onto the brain. It all begins with the microphones, which capture sound waves approaching the ear. Then, the processor, shown here worn over the ear, converts the sound into digital signals. These signals are sent to the headpiece, which in turn transmits them to the connected implant and onto the inner ear.
Yeah.
The hearing nerve receives signals from the implant and sends impulses to the brain, which are interpreted as sound. For people who don't benefit from hearing aids, CI technology makes it possible to perceive sound. The result? A revolutionary restoration of hearing, connecting you or your loved ones to the world of sound. An experience not possible with hearing aids alone. At Advanced Bionics, we're here to help provide a solution. This hearing system from Advanced Bionics is a direct result of 70 years of innovation in hearing technology from Advanced Bionics and Sonova.
Jadi tadi adalah gambaran cara kerja dari implan koklea. Nah, kemudian juga selain daripada itu juga ada juga aksesoris tambahan lain yang nanti bisa digunakan untuk aktivitas di dalam air. Jadi mikrofonnya sudah betul-betul waterproof. Nah, ini kita masuk ke kandidasi implan. Jadi untuk masuk ke tahapan implan koklea tentunya tidak serta-merta langsung implan gitu ya. Tapi untuk implan itu banyak tahapan yang harus dilalui gitu kan. Nah, terdiri dari kandidat itu sendiri, kemudian ada teamwork di dalamnya, mulai dari dokter THT, mulai dari audiologis, mulai dari terapi atau sekolah gitu, mulai dari keluarga dan juga tim medis profesional lainnya gitu. Jadi semua tim di sini akan saling bekerja sama untuk menentukan mulai dari proses kandidasi implan koklea. Oke. Nah, kira-kira untuk kandidasi dari implan koklea ini apa saja sih faktor-faktor yang harus diperhatikan? Kategorinya terbagi menjadi 2 kategori, mulai dari kategori anak-anak dan kategori dewasa. Jadi kategori anak-anak ini di usia 12 bulan sampai dengan 17 tahun, tapi untuk saat ini, untuk anak-anak yang di bawah 12 bulan itu sudah bisa dilakukan implan koklea. Jadi kalau untuk user EBI sendiri, usia termuda dilakukan operasi implan koklea itu di usia 7 bulan. Gitu. Jadi usia 7 bulan itu sudah dilakukan operasi pemasangan implan koklea. Gitu. Nah, yang dilihat adalah gangguan pendengarannya di berat sampai sangat berat. Jadi di area segini, berat sampai sangat berat, kemudian sudah memakai alat bantu dengar, tetapi ternyata tidak mendapatkan banyak manfaat dari alat bantu dengar tersebut, atau ada manfaat tapi perkembangannya nggak signifikan gitu. Nah, tentunya untuk mengetahui proses-proses ini harus adanya evaluasi dari berbagai tenaga profesional seperti itu. Jadi di sini keterlibatan tenaga-tenaga profesional itu sangat penting dalam proses kandidasi implan koklea gitu. Tentunya untuk para guru-guru, para terapis juga akan masuk dalam tim untuk proses kandidasi implan koklea itu sendiri. Gitu. Nah, untuk di kategori dewasa itu gangguan pendengarannya di berat sampai sangat berat. Kemudian untuk pemahaman kosakata atau pemahaman bahasanya setelah dilakukan pengukuran itu kurang dari 50%. Gitu. Kemudian di sini tuh tadi kandidasi, nanti kita akan lebih membahas ke sana untuk evaluasi-evaluasinya. Nah, di sini apakah semua orang bisa dilakukan implantasi koklea gitu kan. Nah, implantasi koklea ini ternyata ada juga kontraindikasinya, karena tadi ada indikasi, lalu ada kontraindikasi. Nah, kontraindikasi yang tidak dapat dilakukan implan koklea itu apa aja? Yang pertama, ada kelainan di syaraf pendengaran atau di jalur pusat pendengaran. Itu nanti dari hasil berbagai evaluasi yang akan dilakukan untuk menentukan apakah anak tersebut atau seseorang yang ingin dipasang ada kelainan pada syaraf pendengarannya atau jalur pusat pendengarannya. Gitu. Jadi kalau memang ternyata ada kelainan di sana, maka itu menjadi satu kontraindikasi untuk pemasangan implan. Kemudian setelah dievaluasi ternyata kokleanya tidak berkembang, gitu, sehingga tidak ada tempat untuk pemasangan implan. Kemudian juga ada penulangan di koklea, sehingga ketika ada penulangan di dalam koklea, tidak ada space untuk kabel elektroda itu bisa masuk ke dalam koklea, sehingga itu menjadi kontraindikasi pemasangan implan koklea. Nah, evaluasi dari kandidasi yang lainnya, mulai dari evaluasi audiologi, evaluasi medis, kemudian evaluasi dari tim terapis dan juga pihak sekolah, itu ada beberapa faktor yang harus diperhatikan. Dari evaluasi audiologinya mulai dari kita melihat dari derajat gangguan pendengaran tadi, semua pemeriksaan lengkap, kemudian penggunaan alat bantu dengar 3-6 bulan tergantung usia anak, gitu. Semakin besar usia anak, maka trial alat bantu dengarnya sudah semakin diperpendek. Bahkan kalau misalnya gangguannya sudah sangat berat, kemudian usia anak juga sudah melebihi dari usia masa emas, itu bisa juga penggunaan trialnya seminimal mungkin, misalnya 1 bulan aja trial sambil menunggu proses persiapan implan itu bisa dilakukan. Kemudian juga mengukur sistem dari amplifikasi pendengaran dengan alat bantu dengar dengan HearingSucces. Jadi akan dilihat nantinya pendengarannya setelah pakai alat bantu dengar itu naik di area berapa, gitu. Kemudian juga HearingSucces yang telinga terpisah sendiri-sendiri, kanan sendiri, kiri sendiri, lebih spesifik, itu lebih baik untuk proses evaluasi. Kemudian juga bisa dilakukan speech test yang aidit, kemudian juga akan dilakukan konseling mulai dari setting ekspektasi yang secara realistis dari orang tua seperti apa, kemudian nanti pemilihan alat, dan juga nanti post operasinya dan follow up-nya seperti apa. Kemudian evaluasi dari sisi medis yang akan dilakukan itu mulai dari penentuan penyebab gangguan pendengarannya, kemudian menentukan status dari telinga tengah dan juga koklea, CT scan MRI, kemudian dari vaksinasi, dan juga akan ada konseling mulai dari gangguan pendengarannya, kemudian prosedur-prosedur nanti pada saat pembedahan atau prosedur operasi, dan juga pertimbangan-pertimbangan nanti yang akan dilakukan setelah pasca operasi. Kemudian juga evaluasi perkembangan bahasa wicara dan juga perkembangan pendengaran dari terapis, kemudian nanti evaluasi tumbuh kembang dan juga kognitif, kemudian evaluasi pendidikan dari sekolah. Jadi biasa kalau untuk anak-anak yang sudah bersekolah, biasanya nanti akan dimintakan laporan evaluasi pendidikan dari sekolah, gitu. Atau misalnya belum sekolah, berarti laporan perkembangan dari terapi, seperti itu. Kemudian, nah di sini tadi faktor-faktor yang bisa mempengaruhi keberhasilan dari penggunaan teknologi pendengaran. Yang pasti yang pertama adalah durasi gangguan pendengaran. Jadi artinya tadi kembali lagi ya, seberapa cepat intervensinya dilakukan. Itu akan sangat berpengaruh terhadap keberhasilan. Kemudian di usianya, usia pemasangan, kemudian derajat gangguan pendengarannya ada di berapa, dan ini ada residual hearing, itu ada sisa pendengaran atau tidak, kemudian terjadi gangguan pendengarannya bagaimana, kemudian metode komunikasi yang digunakan. Seperti kita ketahui bahwa metode komunikasi ini ada beberapa metode komunikasi yang bisa dipilih oleh seseorang, gitu. Jadi metode yang komunikasi yang digunakannya seperti apa, kemudian nanti fitting atau mapping yang sesuai itu juga bisa mempengaruhi, kemudian konsistensi penggunaan alat, kemudian keinginan berkomunikasi dari penggunanya langsung, kemudian faktor perilaku, yang paling penting juga support dan dukungan dari komitmen keluarga, dan juga lingkungan pendidikan bagi anak yang sudah bersekolah. Jadi sekolah juga bisa sangat mensupport untuk anak-anak yang menggunakan teknologi pendengaran gitu. Jadi tentunya kolaborasi dari semua tim profesional ini bisa menjadi faktor-faktor yang mempengaruhi keberhasilan seorang anak pengguna teknologi pendengaran. Kemudian habilitasinya dan juga terapinya seperti apa itu juga dapat mempengaruhi. Nah, di sini untuk pemilihan implan koklea atau teknologi implan koklea itu ada 2. Saya ingin menyampaikan dari yang bilateral atau pemasangan kedua telinga, di mana kalau dari pemasangan kedua telinga ini apa sih manfaatnya, apa sih bedanya dengan pemasangan satu telinga. Jadi ini kurang lebihnya berlaku untuk semua teknologi pendengaran. Mendengar dua telinga itu lebih bagus karena akan membuat kemampuan percakapannya akan lebih jelas, terutama di kondisi bising. Kemudian untuk kemudahan menentukan sumber suara itu akan menjadi lebih mudah. Kemudian juga kemampuan pada mendengar suara-suara percakapan yang sangat pelan itu juga akan lebih baik. Kemudian meningkatkan kualitas suara musik itu juga akan lebih bagus dan juga mengurangi hearing fatigue atau kelelahan mendengar gitu. Karena untuk anak-anak pengguna teknologi pendengaran yang dia harus juga banyak berpikir ketika mendengar. Nah, itu juga otomatis ketika hanya menggunakan satu teknologi saja akan mengalami kelelahan mendengar gitu. Kemudian juga bilateral ini bisa dilakukan secara simultan atau secara bersamaan, operasi atau pasang di waktu yang sama atau bisa di sekuensial di waktu yang terpisah. Nah, untuk teknologi dari EBI sendiri, ketika penggunaan alat dua telinga ini sudah ada sistem wireless. Jadi komunikasi di antara dua telinga. Jadi alat yang satu, yang misalkan alat kanan dan kiri mereka saling berkomunikasi. Gitu. Nah, kemudian untuk pemilihan dari unilateral implan koklea, biasanya ada beberapa pertimbangan
Marsha sedang ada kesalahan jaringan ya. Jadi kita tunggu sebentar, tunggu Mbak Marsha bergabung kembali untuk biar bisa lebih jelas menerangkan mengenai implan koklea. Baik, jadi kalau misalnya nih dari para audiens yang udah datang di sini ada pertanyaan, nanti boleh silakan langsung ketik di kolom chat. Nah, nanti pada saat sesi tanya jawab akan kita bahas. Terima kasih.
Oke, mohon maaf semuanya tadi terputus internetnya. Oke, baik, kita lanjut. Oke, nah, tadi ya kita sampai di unilateral implan koklea, jadi penggunaan satu telinga yang dimana biasanya masih menunggu teknologi di masa depan, kemudian takut akan operasi, kemudian juga karena masalah di medis yang memang tidak bisa dilakukan pemasangan, atau masalah biaya, atau memang gangguan pendengarannya hanya satu telinga. Gitu. Jadi seperti ilustrasi di gambaran ini, bahwa ketika pakai satu sisi di sebelah kiri, kemudian ada percakapan di sebelah kanan, maka suara yang di area sini akan menjadi hilang, gitu. Hanya akan terfokus dari satu sisi, gitu. Sehingga memang penggunaan kedua telinga itu akan sangat lebih baik dibandingkan penggunaan satu telinga. Gitu. Jadi mungkin kalau guru-guru atau para terapis atau para orang tua yang mungkin pada saat mengajari anak yang menggunakan satu alat, kemudian juga ada kendala-kendala yang dialami dalam proses belajar. Nah, bisa jadi biasanya disebabkan karena stimulasi yang didapatkannya kan baru satu sisi gitu, sehingga di sini sebetulnya perlu digunakan teknologi lagi gitu untuk mendukung proses belajar mendengar dan berbahasa. Gitu. Nah, untuk teknologi dari EBI sendiri, ketika untuk penggunaan satu telinga, bisa juga ada opsi bimodal. Jadi bimodal ini ada opsi bimodal atau cross. Untuk bimodal sendiri adalah penggunaan implan di satu telinga, kemudian satu telinganya itu tidak menggunakan implan, kemudian akan dipasangkan ABD. Jadi kita sebutnya sebagai bimodal, pengguna bimodal. Gitu. Nah, biasanya untuk bimodal ini biasa kita lihat dulu kategori pendengarannya ada di area berapa. Kalau misalnya masih ada di area sedang, berarti masih bisa dibantu dengan alat bantu dengar. Tetapi kalau sudah sangat berat, artinya alat bantu dengar juga sudah tidak optimal untuk membantu, bisa juga dipakaikan teknologi cross. Jadi teknologi cross ini bisa digunakan untuk yang sangat berat sekali atau yang tidak ada koklea atau tidak ada saraf pendengaran. Jadi mau dipasang implan lagi pun sudah tidak bisa gitu. Tetapi sistem cross ini dia sebetulnya adalah satu teknologi yang dia sinyalnya ini akan dikirimkan ke bagian telinga yang diimplan. Sehingga pada dasarnya telinga yang tidak diimplan yang digunakan cross ini hanya akan memberikan stimulus, tetapi tetap suara yang akan didapatkan hanya suara dari implan itu sendiri. Gitu. Jadi kalau dikatakan lebih optimal mana penggunaan cross atau misalnya bilateral implan, tentunya penggunaan bilateral atau penggunaan kedua telinga itu lebih optimal. Seperti itu. Kalau penggunaan bimodal dilihat kondisi dari derajat gangguan pendengarannya. Kalau memang kategorinya masih terbantu dengan alat bantu dengar, penggunaannya akan lebih optimal dibanding hanya pakai implan satu sisi. Gitu. Jadi manfaatnya dengan penggunaan bimodal ini atau cross itu akan bisa lebih meningkatkan suara musik, kemudian akses mendengar lebih baik di frekuensi rendah, kemudian juga kemampuan mendengar percakapan di kondisi yang tenang, dan juga meningkatkan diskriminasi atau membedakan bunyi-bunyi di suara bising gitu. Sehingga untuk proses kejelasan mendengarnya akan menjadi lebih jelas gitu. Jadi kesimpulannya mendengar dua telinga itu akan lebih baik dibandingkan mendengar dengan satu telinga gitu. Jadi pilihan yang terbaik implan kedua telinga ini untuk gangguan pendengar sangat berat, atau misalnya dengan tadi opsi dengan bimodal atau dengan cross gitu. Jadi itu dari saya, semoga yang disampaikan bisa bermanfaat gitu. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke Kak Nadia.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Marsha. Nah, sebelum Mbak Marsha keluar nih, ini ternyata ada yang bertanya dari ya Bu Yanda Sas Medan. Boleh langsung dijawab aja ya Mbak ya?
Ya, boleh, silakan.
Mbak Marsha ini izin mau tanya, untuk jadwal mapping pengguna CI yang baru itu idealnya gimana ya Mbak? Terus di kondisi seperti apa sih anak itu disarankan untuk mapping? Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Jadi ini langsung saya jawab ya, Kak Nadia ya. Pertanyaan dari Miss Yanda ya?
Iya.
Oke, baik. Jadi, nah, untuk jadwal mapping dari pengguna CI yang baru, kita guideline-nya menggunakan guideline dari American Academy, Audiologi Academy. Nah, kemudian kita menggunakan guideline dari sana memang untuk di 1 tahun pertama setelah dilakukan implan koklea ada jadwal mapping yang bertahap gitu. Nah, mapping bertahap ini setelah switch on atau aktivasi alat ini kan biasanya dilakukan 1-2 minggu, tergantung luka operasinya sudah kering atau belum. Ketika dari jadwal switch on itu akan dilakukan mapping berkala, 3 bulan pertama itu sebulan sekali, jadi bulan ke-1, bulan ke-2, bulan ke-3, kemudian bulan ke-6, bulan ke-9, dan juga bulan ke-12 gitu. Jadi di 1 tahun pertama kurang lebihnya akan ada 7 sesi mapping. 7 sesi mapping di mana semuanya itu kita harapkan di 7 sesi mapping ini mappingannya nanti sudah menjadi stabil gitu. Nah, kemudian setelah melewati tahun pertama itu nanti evaluasinya akan dilihat dari kondisi dan perkembangan si anak tersebut. Apakah sudah masuk sesuai dengan jalurnya atau masuk ke red flag. Kalau misalkan anak ini misalkan masuk red flag, biasanya nanti monitoringnya akan menjadi lebih sering dan kita akan juga kolaborasi juga dengan tim profesional lainnya. Kendala apa yang dihadapi anak ini, apakah karena ada kendala lain atau karena misalnya masalah mappingnya sehingga anak ini tidak berkembang sesuai dengan jalurnya gitu. Nah, biasanya setelah 1 tahun itu evaluasi 6 bulan sampai 1 tahun sekali, tergantung apakah ada kendala atau tidak. Nah, tentunya di sini audiologis juga atau tim klinikal perlu sangat diperlukan kerjasama dari terapis, kemudian dari sekolah untuk menginfokan kondisi dari anak tersebut, sehingga biasanya kan memang anak-anak akan lebih banyak menghabiskan waktu yang lebih sering itu di sekolah dan juga pada saat terapi gitu ya, karena kalau terapi kan paling tidak 1 minggu sekali pasti anak akan terapi. Nah, di situ nanti akan dilihat ketika si anak ini mengalami penurunan dari respon, kemudian penurunan dari performance-nya gitu. Nah, itu berarti bisa dikatakan bahwa anak tersebut sudah perlu dilakukan mapping ulang gitu. Jadi bisa dilihat juga misalkan, oh kayaknya belum jadwal mappingnya, tapi ternyata dilihat dari evaluasi anaknya sepertinya sudah perlu mapping. Misalnya contoh sederhana, anak ini kok kayaknya kalau misalnya kita ngomong harus ulang-ulang-ulang gitu kan, beberapa kali pengulangan padahal tadinya tidak seperti itu, gitu. Nah, biasanya yang bisa diperhatikan dulu oleh terapis atau sekolah itu misalkan apakah nih kayaknya fungsi alatnya bagus atau tidak gitu kan. Nah, itu bisa koordinasi juga dengan orang tua. Pastikan dulu bahwa alatnya dalam kondisi baik gitu. Jadi sebelum mapping bisa juga memastikan dulu untuk kondisi alat atau bisa menginfokan kepada orang tua untuk coba dibawa cek dulu gitu kan. Kalau memang ternyata kondisi alatnya baik, tapi misalkan komunikasi jadi kayak ada pengulangan, nah kemungkinan sudah diperlukan untuk mapping ulang gitu. Atau misalnya pada saat evaluasi berjalan, ternyata anak tersebut ada beberapa huruf yang tidak konsisten atau ketukar-tukar gitu. Nah, berarti bisa jadi itu sudah diperlukan untuk mapping untuk mengubah kendala yang tadi gitu. Semoga menjawab ya.
Oke, terima kasih ya Mbak Marsha. Semoga jawaban dari Mbak Marsha ini bisa diterima untuk Miss Yanda dari Sasmedan. Nah, ternyata Mbak Marsha ini banyak juga yang tanya, kita simpan untuk sesi Q&A yang selanjutnya ya, Mbak Marsha. Boleh? Iya, Mbak Marsha.
Gimana dia suaranya agak keputus-putus?
Oke, jadi ini ada beberapa pertanyaan lagi sebetulnya untuk Mbak Marsha. Tapi boleh ya kita simpan untuk sesi Q&A-nya nanti. Halo?
Halo, Nat. Ya, mungkin Mbak Marshanya kurang jelas, Mbak Nadia. Kita chat aja lah nanti ya.
Oke.
Mungkin sinyal karena hujan deras di Jakarta.
Iya.
Lanjutkan di waktu tanya jawab aja ya, karena cukup banyak pertanyaannya dan biar jelas gitu ya. Oke, mungkin kita menyelesaikan sesinya Miss Janani dulu aja gitu ya, Mbak Nadia.
Oke, Mbak Anita. Tapi sebelum kita ke sesi nih, mumpung lagi kumpul semuanya, boleh dong kita foto-foto dulu.
Boleh.
Untuk dokumentasinya.
Oke, kalau gitu minta tolong di off cam semua. Oke, Kak Nadia yang berhitung ya, Kak ya?
Oke, Mbak Anita, sudah siap?
Siap.
1, 2, 3. Oke, tunggu sebentar ya. Oke, slide kedua. 1, 2, 3. Oke, untuk slide terakhir. 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih. Sudah semua, Mbak Anita.
Ya, makasih Kak Nadia. Kita lanjut ke materi terakhir Janani. Ayah Bunda, biar istilahnya setelah itu kita langsung ke full tanya jawab. Halo.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How was session after lunch? Tiring? Full? After lunch, are you all feeling tired or energized?
Semangat.
Okay. So what we are going to do is a small presentation. Just hang on. This is the last one. And I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. And if there are any questions, you can leave it at the chat. I see there are many questions for Marsha too, but because of time shortage, I think we are just skipping, but definitely those will be answered in very shortly. This is last section of the presentation and quite an important one. So stay tuned. What we saw in the morning was, have I shared my screen? Not yet, right?
Yes, yes. You can try to share. I already make. Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's visible. Okay, so morning what we saw was all strategies to first prepare for listening to sound, conditions and techniques. Then we saw strategies to connect to sounds happening around. Then we saw strategies to connect to listening, and then we saw strategies to connect to language, right? So what we basically told so far is, okay, there are sounds, listen to it, respond to it, and it has meaning, and you can pick up language from it. So we saw strategies still there, okay? But if you see AVT, or listening and spoken language approach, it's not only about listening, it's also about talking, right? So this part of the presentation, we are going to see some strategies that will help you connect to early communication and also speech through listening, okay? Just to again brief you, there are a lot of strategies. You will use maybe strategies in many combinations, like maybe saying listen, you might do it for a longer time, you might do it in conjunction with parallel talk, you might do it with self talk, you will do it in mixes. But what I have tried to do is to tell you which strategy is more prominent or important at early stage, which strategy is important for listening, which is for language. So when you make a lesson plan, take a look at the presentation and try to see whether you are using the correct strategy for that stage. Okay. Um, so as I mentioned, we are going to see strategies for early communication and speech. We know that communication is two-way. So sometimes you listen and then you talk, and then the speaker talks and you listen. So it's like a give and take, and that's what we call it as a communication. Recently, they call it as serve and return in LSL pages. So that's what they mean by early communication, meaning you listen and you also talk, and you also listen to another person and you also respond accordingly. So what are some strategies for a communication or a conversation or a serve and return? Okay. So in the morning, what we saw were all more like serving strategies, right? What all strategies you need to use as a speaker to help the child listen. Now we are going to see strategies to make the child respond verbally to us. Okay. So the first strategy is called a hand cue. So if your child is not taking a turn in a conversation, you're asking them, okay, do you want a cookie? They just look at you. They don't say yes. They don't nod their head. They don't give you any clue. Then the child is hesitating to take a turn. So what strategy you can use at the time? So I have my child. So I ask like, do you want to take a bath? There's no reaction. So I'm just putting a hand cue to say your turn. Okay, this is a hand cue. Or I say and then I want the child to respond. So I put my hand and then give her a clue that it's your turn to talk. Okay, that's called a hand cue. Let's see how it works.
Oh, 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 yeah.
Here the clinician is using hand cue for a sound, to elicit a sound. You can use a hand cue not just for sound. If the child is at word level and still they are not talking, you can use a hand cue. Basically, you're telling the child it's your turn to talk. Okay, so that's a hand cue strategy. Very simple things. And next strategy is called lean in. Lean in means you bring your body forward. Freeze, meaning whatever you're doing, if I'm going to, let's say I have a cup, I want to pour the water, I just freeze there. I don't move, I don't do any action, I just freeze before pouring the water. Pause talking, meaning I stop talking, because if I keep talking, then the child can't take her turn. And look into the eyes, because we can give them the clue that I'm expecting you to talk. Okay. So if your child is too quiet in a conversation, you want to tell them that you are expecting a response. Then what you do is you lean forward to show that you are interested in talking with them. You freeze the activity, you stop talking, and you look at the child to tell them, I expect a response. Let's see how it is done.
Clap your hands.
See the mother.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Thank you. Freeze. Stop.
If happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
See, freeze. They're freezing that.
Thinking about.
So this is another way to let the child know we expect you to talk. Either the child can talk, or sometimes it can be a non-verbal response. I want the child to drop a coin. I just freeze, and then the child has to say drop it, or he drops the coin for me. So these are all strategies for the child to respond. Okay. And then wait. That is another strategy. Pause means you stop talking. Wait means you give a longer silence time. Why do we give that? Because some children need longer time to respond. Okay. Some children are very quick. As soon as you say a command, they execute it. But some children, they need to take your command. They need to think, what is the language? What is she trying to tell me? They need some processing time. So that is called a wait time. So for some children, it might be 3 seconds. Some children, you may have to wait 6 seconds. It totally depends. Some therapists do say like they will count to 6 or they'll count to 3 slowly and then they will repeat the command again. Generally, I don't put such rules. Okay, maybe my brain is too small for that. So I don't put such rules. But when you're looking at the kid, generally when you're maintaining eye contact, you get to know how long you need to wait before you say the command again. So that's called manipulating the wait time. So we saw 3 strategies. If your child is not serving and return, you're serving, she's not returning, then you have hand cue, you have lean in, pause, freeze, talk, and you have a wait time manipulation. Okay, so you don't repeat too quick. So now you imagine your child is taking a turn. Okay, they are contributing something. They are saying a word, they are saying maybe sounds, or they are doing some actions. They are saying maybe something word-like, but it's not quite right. So you want to push the child to next level. That's when you use a modeling a response strategy. Okay, so here the child knows that he has to take a turn, but he just doesn't know how to say it properly. Okay, so you want the child to say maybe put it in. So the child just takes the hand and say but you want them to say put it in. So then you need to provide the language as a model for the child to repeat it back to you, right? So that is called modeling a response. Here, let's see what the clinician does here. The child has to ask for something, I suppose. That's mau, I guess. Yeah. So the clinician knows that it can be asked non-verbally. You can put a gesture because he's just a beginning user. She's trying to give maximum clues like give, the clue. And the word, if you notice, she did not just say mau. She went near the ears and say it as mau, which means she's highlighting the sound and she's giving it audition first. So the child is trying to link the sounds through listening and then combine it with language and then try to say it, right? So this is why this is very important. If it is a listening therapy where AVT is the focus, where you're promoting listening, then you need to remember all the keywords, you give it directly through the ears. You try to highlight it and present it. If you do not do it, maybe then it's a good language session, but maybe you're not promoting listening enough. Okay, so here if you can see that they are combining modeling along with audition first, and yeah, so always it's a combination, but we just try to put it in certain segments so that you can remember it better when you're practicing. Okay, there was a bit of overlap, I think, when they both talk. So maybe we need to counsel the mother to maybe little more wait when the clinician is talking. So that's again a wait time, or else there's too many repetitions, sometimes overlapping, that can be taken care of. Okay. So model a response. Let's assume the child, you did modeling for a while. Now the child gets the word, but they are not using it on their own. Okay, whenever you expect them to say, you need to give a clue. You have to say "mau." Then they will repeat it back. But on their own, they are not starting to produce words. So that's where you use strategy called auditory closure. Spontaneously make them take a turn and fill it with words or some sounds. Okay.
Bố ơi, đi ngồi xuống nào. Đây là bố nhá, bố là bố sẽ ra. Chi chi chành chành, cái đăng thổi lửa, đất lửa đứt rước, nó vươn cú đến, bây giờ đi tìm.
So what the child did here, this is something I don't understand the language either. But what they are trying to do here is something like if you say ready, steady, you pause, the child fills it by saying go. That is a spontaneous utterance from the child. Or if you say 1, 2, 3, they fill it up, right? So you give a pause or a silence for the kids to fill it in. That's called an auditory closure. Why we use it? Because when we pause it, child automatically gives the word to fill it in. That's where we use auditory closure. You can use sentences like ready, steady, go, 1, 2, 3, hop, 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 fall. Okay, or ring around the roses song, all fall, you stop and then they say down. Okay.
Richly.
Did you hear a small sound? She's a child with a lot of complex need and not a very good hearing technology. If you notice, she's on a hearing aid and a very basic one. But the mom, she tries to sing a song and she gives a pause, and the child tries to fill in by saying or say more. Okay. So these are some examples for auditory closure. And the another one is called sabotage. Okay, what do you do in a sabotage? You try to create a situation by accident or an unexpected situation, and when that happens, child immediately directs you. On his own, he starts talking. So that is called a sabotage. Let's see how it works. It's in Tamil, don't worry. It is just that we have a set of cups and we try to put it one by one down. That's all is the activity. So let's just see here again, okay. So here what happens is he's giving all imitation response. He's capable of saying it on his own, but he doesn't. So we create a sabotage where we say, I can't pull the cup out. So that makes him say a word like pull something, but it's not a proper word. So immediately mom comes in and through audition, she says the proper word. So that's again modeling. So just to bring to your attention, it's sabotage plus modeling you can combine. But I have a feeling the kid can say 2 words together too. So that's why I changed the model into 2 more words. Okay, I say pull hard like that. Okay. This is again giving a chance to say words together.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so that's sabotage. So what we have seen is a child who is not taking turn, then a child taking a turn, modeling him a response, and then trying to make it spontaneous. That's what we are doing in this presentation. So And serve and return. I was saying this is communication. It's not enough if I just talk, I am a good listener and I am a good talker. There should be communication happening. So serve and return is a strategy where you talk in a manner that elicits more communication from the child. Like we need to use talk in a manner which should not stop the communication. If somebody tells you, oh, I went for a movie yesterday. If you just say, oh, okay, the communication stops. When you say, oh, okay, how was it? Then the communication again goes for more turns, right? So if you want more turns to happen, you should talk in a manner so that more communication happens. How do you do it with a child? So that's what is servant written. You talk in a manner which is interesting. You show the child that you're interested, and let's see what this mom does.
Tell me about it. Really? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you feeling better? Oh. Are you feeling better? Feel pretty good? Huh? Feel pretty good? Yeah. So oh, you were pretty mad before. Now you're like so happy. Huh? Were you hungry? Yeah. What else? What else? Did you have a good day? Huh? Did you have a good day? Oh. Oh. Tell me more. Tell me more. Oh. What else?
So if you can see here, you can also say, yeah, this is maybe that mom trying to do parallel talk or self-talk. The mom is trying to talk more with the kid. But if you see the real nature, she's saying, oh, tell me more about it. She is not, maybe she's guessing what the child is saying, but it's not exactly what the child is doing, thinking, or seeing. She's just giving words. She's just making it interesting for the child to talk more in the conversation. So it's more aimed at speech, right? To make the child talk more compared to the previous presentation where I was saying, like, you have to give parallel talk, self talk, so that you talk about what child is doing. It's a little bit of difference if you can appreciate. So the next strategy is to make it communication. So the child knows to talk. Now, when we talk with the kid, we talk in a manner that we elicit more communication from the child. We keep the conversation going. She says, can you say more? Okay, so that's her strategy to make it more into a communication, right? So that's serve and written. Um, then once communication is done, we want the child to speak more clearer and clearer, right? Let's see what happens here. They are having a cooking session. It's in a different language. They are going to peel one by one. They are going to pull the leaves out. That's the activity for now. Let's see what happens.
Vici, chale, chale.
This clinician is good. What happens here? She is asking the child to say, she freezes. That's what she freezes in action so that the child will contribute. Remember, we spoke about the strategy. She says, okay, pull it. Pull it is the word. So whenever she freezes, child says pull, pull, pull. The clinician is good because she made her say almost 6 or 7 times the word. That's a good practice for that word. But what is missing here? It's a good language session. It's a good opportunity given. But did she use any listening strategy? Because the real word is pitchy. Okay. But the child is not saying it clear enough. But we are not correcting the mistake through listening, right? So that's what is missing here. Language wise, it's very nice. Opportunities are given. Child is giving some response. That's also nice. But what is hugely missing here is that the speech is not getting corrected or the articulation is not made clearer through listening. So 2 errors, articulation is not made clearer, and it must happen through listening. So that's what is missing right now in the session. So remember, all the strategies that we spoke about is for promoting listening and also for promoting linking listening to language and to speech and to thinking. So that's what we call it as auditory learning. We need to make sure we can do a wonderful language session, we might do a wonderful speech session, but we need to think, if we have chosen listening and spoken language approach for a child, are we linking it to listening? Are the listening strategies used and are they used correctly? That's what we need to keep looking at. I hope that makes sense. So what are the strategies that you can use to improve the speech quality or the articulation? Everyone knows this, the auditory sandwich. So you have audition, then auditory visual, then audition again. If a child, imagine the same child, he said pitti, pitti. Okay, so you want to correct it. So you just, if she is my child, and then I have this, and then she says pitti, then I just go near her and say, listen. We use the listen, pointing to ears if you want. Listen, and we give it an audition. Pitchy. Okay. So then we give auditory only first. And then I expect her, I look at her to expect a response. If she again says pitt, then I understand audition alone is not enough. So I give her an audition and visual cue. Okay, so that she can link both. So I say pitchy. Okay. Then again I expect her to say it back. If she says pitchy or something little better, then I do not stop at it because we are promoting audition, right? We don't want to stop it at auditory and visual. I again go back and say to her, pitchy. And then we ask her to repeat it. If it comes better, well and good. If it doesn't come, we keep using the strategy again and again until her pronunciation becomes clearer. Also remember, when you're using auditory sandwich, look at the child's face and decide when you want to stop it. Okay, because child may take some days to clear their articulation, so you can't keep going with the same word again and again, that she gets bored. So that up to your clinical experience. Okay, so what most clinicians do is they do the auditory only, they do auditory visual. Once the child's articulation becomes better, they forget to do this audition. Okay, that's what the majority of times we forget it, the third layer, that is audition again. If we do not do it, it means we linked listening, we gave speech cues, but we didn't strengthen the listening again. It means we failed. Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe the voice was not very loud because she is using f. So she did f and he did sh. That's not correct enough, and she knows he can do it. So she comes in front and she gives the clue. And once he gets it, again she goes back and give it an audition. Okay, so that's called an auditory sandwich. You can do it for words, you can do it for sounds, everything is fine. Let's see what happens here. It's again in a foreign language, but I think that should not be very difficult. Just listen keenly. Okay, so here what do we see is a child. She was implanted, I think, only slightly late, I think around 3.5. She has very good listening, but she doesn't link it to language and speech. Okay, so that's what we are trying to insist on her to speak more clearly. Some of the words even she mumbles. She just thinks if she takes a turn, we will just leave her. So we are pushing her to the next stage where we are insisting on clarity. So if you saw, there were like a number of sea animals. We were just clearing the toys and we asked her to name it as we clear it. But there was tortoise, which is arm, and she doesn't get it quite right. So we give it through audition and ask her to repeat. When I said it in audition and demanded clarity, it worked. So I didn't go through the entire auditory sandwich. But if she didn't get it, then like the previous clinician, I will give a visual cue and then again put it back in audition. Is that clear? I hope. So you can auditory visual sandwich for sounds, for words, everything is fine. And next is called acoustic highlighting. So one way to make sounds clearer is auditory sandwich. The other way to make sound clearer is called acoustic highlighting, meaning some sounds maybe it's new for the kid. They have never heard it. So we need to first bring it to their awareness, right? The previous videos, the kid knew the sound. She was not just using it properly. But here I want them to first know the sound. So that's why we use acoustic highlighting, which means an extra emphasis or importance that you place on sound. So the snake, if it says hiss, the snake hissed. So I make it little more prominent so that the child gets to hear the word. Or I say it's a car. Okay. Again, here people differ. Some people don't mind is a continuous sound, so you can prolong it. It's acceptable. But k is a plosive. Some people don't like breaking a single syllable car into smaller portions. They don't like saying car. They just want you to say it's a car. Okay, just make it a little more louder. They don't like to break a monosyllable sound in English. So you make your own stand on this. So you can emphasize a sound. You can emphasize on words. You can say like my name is Janani. You put an extra emphasis so that they hear it better, right? And you can also emphasize phrases. When it's 12 o'clock, you guys can leave. So when I say 12, then that's an emphasis. Grammar structures. Whose car it is? It's daddy's car. This S I want to highlight because I'm teaching grammar to the kid. I don't want to highlight daddy or car. I want to highlight daddy's car. So you can elongate, you can give pause, you can repeat a specific sound. These are different ways for acoustically highlighting the sound. Let's just take a look at this video. Okay, so what happened here? We are trying to do highlight. So I say ice cream. Audition first didn't work. Again, audition didn't work. Then we are combining acoustic highlighting with auditory sandwich, asking the mom to model. Still didn't work, but it's okay. We just leave because you don't sit on the same point, and I have more other cards to elicit the same response. So we move on, and then we try it again in another time. Okay, so that's one sample for acoustic highlighting. Another strategy is called whisper, which means if there are voiceless consonants like f, sh, uh, these and all, if you whisper, then those sounds get highlighted. Because if you want to say, let's say hat, it's at. A is a vowel and it's very loud. So if you want to highlight what, then you need to whisper that. Okay, you know what? He was wearing a hat. Then the word her is more evident for the kid because we have basically muted it through whispering. So that's also a kind of acoustic highlight, but you use it when you want to highlight voiceless consonants. And the last one is called verbal. I think this is the last strategy. It's called verbal imitation. Remember, we are talking about speech improvement. We spoke about taking a turn, what to say in a turn, taking spontaneous turn, improving speech clarity. And in that, one more addition is called verbal imitation. What is verbal imitation? Nothing. Whatever the child says, you repeat it back to the child. That's all. Why do we do that? So that he gets to hear a better adult version of that sound, and eventually he will improve his clarity. So if the child says car push, I just do nothing. I don't add daddy push the car. I don't say car was pushed. Nothing. I just repeat it back to him. Yeah, car push. Yes, car push. Or if it's an infant, if they say ah, then you just say ah back to them. If they do dr, you just say dr back to them, so that they get to hear what they say from an adult. So that is called verbal imitation. It helps them to improve their speech clarity. Okay, so that brings us to end of this seminar and also this presentation. Um, just maybe Anita can summarize, but in English, what we saw is a set of strategies that helps improve early communication and speech. We went through a lot of ideas. Serve and return, thank you, lean in, wait, modular response, auditory closure, sabotage, serve and return, auditory sandwich, and then acoustic highlighting, whisper, and verbal imitation. Okay, I hope um, you all understood, though there are other videos. I just wanted other language videos because as therapists, what we are trying to see is nature, right? What is happening, who's talking, how are they talking. So I just wanted you to become more familiar with analyzing other languages. So that's why I retained those videos. I hope it was not very difficult. Okay, so thanks a lot. I will hand over to Anita for summarizing.
Oke, thank you, Janani. Jadi ini di materi yang terakhir akan dibahas, tadi sudah disampaikan, untuk menghubungkan pendengaran dengan komunikasi awal dan ke arah bicara atau speech. Karena ini sesuatu yang biasanya gitu ya, terutama dari sisi orang tua, sangat berharap yang akan dikejar ketika anaknya memakai alat bantu dengar atau implan adalah langsung menuju ke poin ini gitu ya, di mana anak mulai bisa berkomunikasi dan berbicara dengan jelas. Padahal ternyata dari apa yang disampaikan oleh Janani, step awal belajar itu berproses, mulai dari menghubungkan ke arah suara yang ada di sekitar, terus menghubungkan pendengaran ke bahasa dulu dengan memberikan input bahasa yang tadi 30.000 kata sehari, baru setelah itu bisa berproses ke menuju yang namanya early communication dan ke speech. Jadi memang itu yang benar-benar yang harus ditekankan kita sebagai praktisi AVT dan juga dipahami orang tua. Nah, dari sini untuk reviewnya yang tadi dari banyak video yang sudah ditunjukkan oleh Janani, yang pertama adalah hand cue. Hand cue ini memang cukup penting juga untuk anak-anak yang biasanya agak lambat dalam proses mendengar di awal. Jadi untuk ke arah bicara dia butuh diberi tanda seperti itu. Jadi memang ini contoh awal untuk menunjukkan ini giliran kamu berbicara, dengan biasanya kita mungkin dengan prompt nunjukin tangan di depan mulut. Itu di awal-awal belajar untuk melatih dia bicara. Selain hand cue juga ada yang namanya freeze, menunggu, atau melihat mata. Seperti tadi contoh videonya ketika kita mau menuangkan air dari dalam gelas, tiba-tiba kita stop untuk di tengah-tengah proses menuangkan karena kita mau menunggu dia merespon bersuara. Apapun suara yang dia keluarkan itu adalah bagian dari respon untuk menyuruh agar air itu diteruskan dituang. Itu adalah salah satu strategi dengan kayak kita freeze, atau kadang ketika kita ngomong kita juga harus ada pause, karena ketika kita berhenti itu sebagai tanda juga ke anak, oh ini waktunya aku ngomong. Seperti dari dasar tadi ada video anak bayi yang ada konsep orang tuanya ngomong dan ada saat tertentu diem karena untuk memberi giliran ke anak atau si baby ini bersuara. Atau juga konsep sederhana cukup dengan melihat mata, atau mungkin kadang ada istilah expectant look, kita menatap dengan penuh harap. Artinya sebenarnya ini untuk menunjukkan ke anak kalau kita menunggu dia bicara. Jadi ini adalah beberapa strategi untuk meningkatkan kemauan anak mulai untuk berkomunikasi dan untuk menganalisa di speech-nya seperti itu. Dan yang harus juga diingat terkait wait time gitu kan, di sini anak butuh waktu untuk lebih memproses. Kenapa? Balik lagi anak memakai alat bantu dengar, jadi ada proses loading, jadi kita harus lebih mau bersabar menunggu. Ketika anak belum bisa segera memberikan respon, kita harus beri jeda. Biasanya kita bisa berhitung sampai 10 detik, misalnya seperti itu. Terus ada juga tadi contoh video model respon, di mana selalu ada contoh modeling gitu kan, dan itu memang sesuatu yang harus banget kita sebagai orang tua dan keluarga sekitar memberikan contoh. Ada konsep auditory closure, di mana konsep ini juga untuk memotivasi anak-anak gitu ya, untuk belajar bersuara. Seringnya contohnya dengan melalui lagu. Lagunya sering didengarkan, sering diulang-ulang. Akhirnya kadang kita melakukan stop atau jeda sebelum lagu itu berakhir. Jadi misalkan kayak lagu-lagu cica-cica di level dindingnya kita stop. Atau untuk anak yang lebih beginner kita bisa menyanyikan lagu balonku yang di kata door-nya kita pause seperti itu. Itu jadi konsep auditory closure. Lanjut ada juga konsep sabotase. Ini juga sangat mungkin memotivasi anak untuk bersuara karena sabotase ini kan istilah gampangnya kadang kita sengaja menyalahkan sesuatu. Jadi anak biasanya secara kognitif tahu itu salah, dia akan komplain. Dia akan bilang tidak. Bisa jadi tidaknya belum sempurna, tapi konsep itu yang membuat akhirnya dia bisa bilang no, tidak, atau kata-kata lain yang menyatakan ketidaksesuaian dengan apa yang dia paham. Ada self and return, jadi artinya juga ini adalah melatih dua arah. Ingat kita memang disarankan untuk banyak bicara, tapi harus ada konsep jeda, konsep menunggu agar ada giliran anak menjawab balik setelah kita bicara. Terus mungkin untuk next speak terkait speech-nya, balik lagi kita sebagai orang tua juga harus membiasakan berbicara dengan jelas. Karena apa yang didengar dengan jelas harapannya akan diucapkan dengan sama. Ada konsep auditory sandwich, mungkin juga sudah umum ya di kita semua. Tinggal bagaimana konsep prakteknya. Ada contoh tadi kan bagaimana melatih untuk dari speech-nya untuk memperjelas huruf-huruf tertentu misalkan. Jadi memang balik lagi kalau auditory sandwich itu kan sesuatu yang ingin untuk merimain bahwa auditory harus selalu lebih banyak jumlahnya dibanding visual. Jadi konsepnya mendengar, melihat, mendengar. Tadi ada contoh juga penekanan dari Janani, misalkan ketika terkait acoustic highlight gitu kan, di mana ternyata ketika kita memberikan penekanan, misalkan karena kita ngomongin speech, berarti ke huruf, itu ada tahapannya juga gitu. Ada anak yang bisa produksi S kalau sendiri, tapi kenapa ketika dalam kata, kenapa dalam frase atau kalimat, S-nya hilang. Nah, itu memang ada tahapan belajar atau keahlian. Ketika S-nya sudah bisa sendiri, artinya dia sudah bisa mendengar S, oral motornya bisa produksi S. Tapi untuk ke arah level kata atau frase, butuh kita berikan bombardir atau variasi-variasi kata yang bisa rutin ditangkap untuk melatih dia ngucapin. Itu untuk terus ada konsep whisper. Ini juga sesuatu yang sederhana, tapi ada hal yang harus kita pahami bahwa tidak semua huruf, terutama konsonan, bisa ditangkap ketika kita bicara keras. Dan juga yang harus dipahami tadi yang diangkat Janani adalah huruf-huruf vokal itu ternyata huruf power. Artinya ketika kita memberikan huruf A di depan H, itu akan membuat hanya tidak jelas. Jadi akan lebih baik kita nggak pakai A ketika misalkan kita mau melatih anak mendengar huruf A. Itu mungkin itu verbal imitation juga kurang lebihnya kita harus membiasakan untuk memberikan feedback gitu kan. Jangan dibiarin ketika anak mengucap sesuatu yang kurang tepat. Karena kalau itu menjadi habit atau kebiasaan ya bagi anak akan dianggap itu sesuatu yang sudah benar. Mungkin itu untuk materi yang terakhir. Jadi memang secara ringkasnya hari ini yang dibahas oleh Janani prinsip dasar dari AVT itu sendiri gitu kan. Terus ada 4 poin gitu ya terkait bagaimana strategi untuk meningkatkan kemampuan mendengar dan berbahasa anak gitu kan. Mulai dari tadi dari review ya, connect to sound around, to language, to early communication, dan to speech. Mungkin ini di akhir waktu agak terlambat, little too late ya, it's okay Janani. Kalau ada yang mau ditanyakan bisa disampaikan. Kalau memang masih belum ada untuk Janani, kita mungkin ke Mbak Marsha sebagai resume, karena tadi cukup banyak yang bertanya juga ke Mbak Marsha. So for the we waiting for the question, maybe I will give turn to Mbak Marsha. Janani. Halo Mbak Marsha. Sure. Mbak Marsha, moga aja sinyalnya oke. Yeah. Oke Mbak Marsha, mungkin cukup banyak nih pertanyaan untuk Mbak Marsha. Monggo langsung aja mumpung masih ada sinyal ya Mbak.
Iya. Oke, baik ya. Jadi tadi ya cukup banyak pertanyaan yang masuk ya. Terutama kan memang di sini kayak concernnya pembahasan penggunaan alat implan di satu telinga gitu. Jadi untuk pemakaian di satu telinga memang apa sih perbedaannya kalau satu implan kemudian satu ABD gitu, karena dengan penggunaan satu implan dan satu alat bantu dengar itu tentunya akan ada perbedaan kualitas suara di sana. Tadi kembali lagi kita lihat dulu derajat gangguan pendengarannya ada di berapa. Selama derajat gangguan pendengarannya masih bisa mengcover dengan ABD, tentunya penggunaan bimodal itu akan lebih baik, karena kalau untuk gangguan pendengaran yang masih bisa tercover dengan ABD, kualitas suara yang didengar pun tetap akan jelas dan akan membantu gitu. Lain hal dengan derajat gangguan pendengaran yang sangat berat, yang sudah tidak terbantu dengan alat bantu dengar, ya akan terbantu dengan implan. Jadi kombinasi dengan implan dan ABD ini akan bisa sangat membantu gitu. Jadi yang diperhatikan adalah di derajat gangguan dengarnya. Kemudian untuk gangguan pendengaran di atas 90 desibel, tentunya untuk penggunaan alat bantu dengar itu kalau bisa dikatakan apakah optimal atau tidak, karena kategorinya sudah masuk ke pendengaran sangat berat, penggunaan alat bantu dengar biasanya sudah tidak sangat optimal untuk tetap digunakan gitu. Mungkin untuk di awal-awal bisa terlihat responnya, tapi biasanya nanti untuk jangka panjang kembali lagi tadi kejelasan kata-kata yang akan mengalami masalah gitu. Kemudian untuk penggunaan bimodal atau dengan cross itu untuk perbedaannya apakah nanti akan mengganggu atau tidak gitu ya. Kalau untuk si anak apakah akan mengalami kebingungan atau tidak, kalau dari teknologi lain kemungkinan bisa jadi akan mengalami kebingungan karena secara teknologinya akan disistem secara sendiri-sendiri. Jadi alat bantu dengar sendiri, implan sendiri gitu. Tetapi kalau dari teknologi EBI sendiri itu tidak, karena dia sudah mendesain teknologinya bisa berkomunikasi secara dua telinga, dengan tadi implan dua telinga atau implan satu telinga dan dengan bimodal gitu. Jadi kenapa bisa jadi nggak bingung, karena dia sudah di-set alatnya untuk bertanggung jawab sesuai porsinya gitu. Jadi telinga yang implan dia akan implannya akan bertanggung jawab untuk pendengaran dengan implan, tetapi untuk yang telinga dengan alat bantu dengarnya dia akan bertanggung jawab dengan si alat bantu dengar. Kemudian biasanya untuk di gangguan pendengaran itu kan di frekuensi tinggi ya yang mengalami penurunan derajatnya gitu. Nah, di frekuensi tinggi ini ketika dikasih amplifikasi dari alat bantu dengar itu yang akan nanti mengganggu ketika dia teknologinya nggak bisa sinkron. Tetapi karena di EBI bisa sinkron, maka teknologi bimodalnya itu nanti dia nggak akan mengamplifikasi sistem yang di pendengaran yang pakai ABD untuk yang bimodal gitu. Jadi dia hanya akan mengcover yang masih bisa berfungsi dengan ABD, sehingga itu nggak akan menjadi gangguan untuk si pengguna gitu. Jadi dia udah ngefilter-filter suara yang nantinya akan didengar gitu. Karena telinga kanan alat implan, telinga kiri alat ABD, tapi mereka saling komunikasi. Itu kelebihan dari si teknologi EBI yang bimodal gitu. Kemudian untuk tadi ada juga pertanyaan, kenapa misalnya pakai implan satu sisi, kemudian rata-rata anak-anak itu sudah nggak mau lagi pakai alat bantu dengar di sebelahnya gitu. Nah, biasanya itu terjadi karena telinga yang satunya lama tidak dapat stimulus, sehingga ada jarak atau ada gap dari pendengaran, sehingga ketika dipasang kan alat bantu dengar, itu anak juga mendengarnya kan berarti nggak akan dapat manfaat, dan anak akan lebih cenderung fokus ke telinga yang sudah diimplan yang telinganya mendengar lebih jelas gitu. Bahkan ada beberapa kasus yang ketika implannya dilakukan dengan jarak yang lumayan jauh, anak tersebut biasanya akan menolak pakai implan yang telinga baru gitu, karena proses untuk belajarnya juga tertinggalnya sangat jauh. Makanya sebetulnya optimalnya untuk jarak antara implan ke-1 dan kedua itu tidak lebih dari 2 tahun gitu. Tapi bukan berarti dikatakan, oh berarti kalau sudah lebih dari 2 tahun itu udah nggak bisa lagi pasang implan sebelahnya. Bisa, tetapi nanti setting ekspektasinya yang memang harus disesuaikan lagi. Seperti itu. Dari pertanyaan-pertanyaan tadi, sepertinya itu mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Mbak Marsha. Mungkin nanti kalau ada lagi yang ingin berkelanjutan bisa juga langsung WA Mbak Marsha ya Mbak ya.
Iya, boleh. Dengan senang hati.
Oke, baik. Makasih Mbak Marsha. And maybe back to Janani. About summary, Janani, before the participant have like list some questions.
Okay. First of all, I am so glad Masha joined because I think there were a lot of questions, right? Thank you, Masha.
Thank you, Janani.
And so I got a number of questions from Anita before the session she had collected. I'm going to divide it into two. So one is about AVT and others are about strategies. I'm just giving a summary. Anita, you want to translate?
Yeah, I try. Okay, Janani.
So first of all the strategies that we spoke is applicable for both hearing aid users and cochlear implant users. Keep that straight. Okay.
Ya, jadi memang ya, oke. Jadi memang ini kan bisa dipakai untuk semua pengguna teknologi ya, baik alat bantu dengar atau cochlear implant. Okay.
And all the strategies that we spoke, you can apply it for kids who are implanted young, who are implanted late, who are implanted very late. Whenever you want your children to improve their listening and spoken language, then you use these strategies with them. Okay, so that's also clear.
Ya, jadi untuk strategi ini juga sebenarnya tidak mengenal batasan usia ya. Jadi kita bisa pakai untuk anak yang implan di usia masih kecil atau bayi atau yang masa-masa sedang ataupun juga udah terlambat implan pun nggak masalah. Jadi AVT itu masih bisa dipakai ya untuk anak kecil atau yang udah dewasa.
Okay, and when you use these strategies can you use these strategies with children with complex need? Yes, you can use them. Can you use these strategies with children with normal hearing? you may not use them because they are typically developing. Why will you give extra strategies and techniques? You will be using these naturally with them whenever they are stuck. Remember, we saw natural development and took these strategies to apply it for kids with hearing loss. You don't do the reverse because they have normal hearing. You will naturally, a parent will do it for the kids who have normal hearing. When the kids have hearing loss, we just do it a little bit more than normal hearing parents. Normal hearing parents repeat, they pause, they lean in, they ask for repetition, they do all the strategies that we discussed. But when children have hearing loss, we do it 3 times or 4 times more so that they pick up language and listening.
Oke, jadi memang sebenarnya konsep AVT ini mengacu dari perkembangan anak-anak yang pendengarannya juga normal dari lahir. Tapi bedanya adalah kalau anak-anak yang dari lahir normal, orang tua biasanya melakukan konsep-konsepnya ya mengalir aja seperti itu. Tapi untuk kita orang tua yang anaknya memang ada masalah pendengaran dan mungkin intervensinya berbeda-beda, itu yang butuh penekanan atau pengulangan yang lebih. Jadi ibaratnya porsi belajarnya bisa berkali-kali lipat lebih banyak daripada anak yang tidak ada masalah pendengaran. Tapi intinya adalah konsep yang kita pakai adalah mengacu berdasar perkembangan anak normal sebagai acuan keberhasilan anak-anak ini dalam proses habilitasinya.
Okay, and then coming to what I wanted to answer. Yeah, so I just saw a question in English, so I'll answer that. So these strategies, what we discussed today, are called as early listening strategies. Okay, so I have not gone into language expansion and all. So what we have covered is first 2 presentations are about till your child is wearing the device and is at awareness stage. And then when we move strategies to mix language to it, we are slowly pushing the child towards language development and also auditory discrimination. Yeah. And then when we move to speech, then we are talking about vocabulary development and clarity. So all of these are early strategies. But even in that early strategies, what I've tried to cover is somewhere from beginning to listen to almost 8 months to 10 months of listening. So, you have a wide range. Why we did that in detail is because when we see lesson plans, we often see the same strategies getting repeated. Audition first, or 0.2 years, even for 8 months. No, you pick up strategies correctly and match them. Okay, so that's why we had this presentation. Yes, these are early strategies, but it's not only very early, like first 2 months. It's actually, you can use them for at least first 8 to 10 months of your child's listening. Okay, when they move to sentence or phrase level, there are additional strategies, but that's altogether a different presentation.
Oke, jadi memang kalau mengacu dari list yang ditanyakan yang ada di form itu Janani lebih menitik beratkan ke yang berhubungan dengan materi hari ini dulu gitu ya, karena memang ini lebih ke arah materi dasar di mana yang diangkat adalah terkait bagaimana konsep menghubungkan ke arah mendengar ke suara atau bagaimana konsep ngajarin ke bahasanya, terus juga ke komunikasi awal dan bicara. Jadi yang diangkat atau didiskusikan hari ini lebih ke arah area-area itu, dan memang ini awal-awal belajar mendengar ya, tadi dia bilang sekitar di 10 bulan mendengar atau 1 tahun mendengar, kita bisa benar-benar memakai strategi-strategi yang tadi disampaikan oleh Janani. Masalah nanti bagaimana ke kalimat panjang atau tambahan-tambahan lain itu memang membutuhkan strategi tambahan yang hari ini belum bisa dibahas karena memang kita juga ada skala target belajar, tidak bisa semua diberikan dalam satu waktu seperti itu.
Okay. And you might get a confusion as to, the child, some children I use this strategy, but the outcomes are different. Okay, just remember, if it is a typical kid who you have implanted or given proper hearing aid before 2 years of age, then these strategies and techniques, when you use, you get faster results and very better results. But if your child is little older implanted, their results might be little slower, or you may have to use the strategies even more harder with them or more frequent with them to achieve better results. Okay, so you need to remember, like, should I use it only for young kid, not for older kids? Should I use it only for kids with hearing loss, no complex need? Nothing like that. Whenever you want the child to listen, you use strategies. If it's an early implanted kid, very straightforward kid, outcomes are better and your effort is less. But if the kid is later implanted, your effort is more, you may have to do it more, and outcomes may be a little compromised depending on at what age they came for rehab.
Oke, jadi kalau terkait pertanyaan kenapa outcome gitu ya atau hasil anak itu bisa berbeda-beda karena itu sesuatu yang memang mau nggak mau tidak bisa dihindarkan seperti itu karena pasti berhubungan dengan pertama adalah usia di mana ketika intervensi dini dilakukan hasil itu akan lebih ada yang lebih lama atau late implant, tapi tadi yang ditekankan oleh Janani adalah yang penting kita lakukan terus saja gitu. Kalaupun ternyata hasil anak kita tidak secepat anak yang lain gitu ya, nggak masalah. Yang penting kita konsisten, strategi itu diterapkan dan dari situ kita bisa menganalisa kebutuhan lain anak kita karena ada beberapa anak yang ternyata butuh tambahan intervensi lain selain AVT, misalkan mungkin okupasi terapi atau juga untuk melatih ke oral motornya dan itu sesuatu yang memang butuh proses. Oke, Janani.
Okay, and then about the speech, I'm using the what I've got here. Child can't pronounce the consonant when they got the okay. When they lip read, they can say the consonant, but through listening, they don't. So that's where all the strategies I spoke just now plays a role, auditory, sandwich, and everything, because they are dependent on lip cues, right? B, both look similar on lips, but when you have to listen, they are different. So listening is a little more harder thing, okay, for a child with hearing loss. So you need to apply the speech strategies that I communicated today, the ones that for clarity, you need to work on that more, okay? And also how to train ears that have not been trained 20 years to hear while others have heard. Sorry, I didn't understand. How to train for articulation? Yes, you train for articulation by using the speech strategies that I spoke about. And also, if your child has additional any delays, then also consult with the speech therapist along with the listening therapist so that they combinedly work together. Yeah.
Oke, jadi ini pertanyaan yang ada berhubungan dengan speech seperti itu ya. Tadi ada yang menanyakan kenapa ketika dari mendengar saja pengucapan tidak jelas, tapi begitu ditambah dari melihat jadi jelas ya. Memang yang disampaikan Janani berarti kita harus mengevaluasi apa yang dia dengar gitu. Karena kalau kita back to hearing, kalau memang dia tidak mendengar dengan jelas, pasti yang diucapin tidak jelas dan dia bisa ngucapin dari melihat karena dibantu visual. Jadi itu memang berhubungan dengan apa yang didengar oleh anak. Jadi titik beratnya sebenarnya bukannya anak tidak bisa ngucapin, tapi karena dia tidak bisa mendengar, akhirnya secara listening dia tidak bisa ngucapin, tapi secara melihat dia bisa. Terus ada pertanyaan kalau udah besar gitu ya untuk umur 20 tahun gimana cara melatih speech-nya. Seperti yang tadi di awal disampaikan, strategi speech ini bisa dipakai oleh semua usia. Jadi bisa aja dicoba diterapkan strategi-strategi tadi yang diberikan Janani yang di bagian speech. Kita lihat asal mendengarnya bagus, walaupun udah besar, pelan-pelan ada kemungkinan beberapa bisa ditangkap seperti itu. Okay.
Okay. And per and bur sound. So there's a question in English. So there is per and bur. The child can detect it but can't identify it. Okay. So when you refer to an audiologist, per and bur, the only difference is voicing, right? So if the child is not getting the voicing cue, I will check per and bur, they have problem. Ter and der also they have problem. Ker and ger also. Good news is they are detecting, meaning the implant is doing its job. That's a good news. Now the child has to put effort to discriminate it, right? So we check whether that problem is only with per and bur or ter and der, ker and ger, then it means the voicing cue is not reaching the kid, right? So then simultaneously you just send a word to the audiologist because they have certain frequencies that they can change for voicing. And then simultaneously I try to show the kid that the difference is voicing. Sometimes you do it only audition or you use auditory sandwich, or you may have to give them the clue that, you know, there's voicing, there's no voicing. Okay, you may have to teach the voicing cue. In auditory sandwich, we just saw audition, auditory, visual. Also remember there's another layer. If visual fails, you have to put tactile also. Okay, so that's how you don't wait, because what's the point if the child is not hearing, then you're trying to teach the child. If there is a way the child can hear with audiologist help, as soon as you find, just tell the audiologist, give them a little bit more information. Don't just tell them only burn burn. Tell them I saw it in turn also, kern also, so that they have more samples to analyze. Okay.
Oke, jadi memang tadi yang dititik beratkan adalah pentingnya kita misalkan sebagai praktisi AVT atau mungkin orang tua berdiskusi dengan audiologis seperti itu ya. Kenapa? Karena ada beberapa situasi misalkan kayak tadi anak mendengar P dan B, T dan D, G dan D, T dan K gitu ya. Tapi kenapa kadang di level mengucapkan tidak jelas. Nah, ini ada beberapa analisa yang harus kita lakukan. Analisanya pasti yang pertama juga apakah dari sisi mendengarnya yang harus terus kita cek seperti itu. Di sini ada note juga dari Janani, kita ada medial konsonan gitu ya untuk memastikan apakah yang dia dengar bisa dia tiru atau ternyata memang ada kondisi tertentu anak ini memang butuh latihan oral motor dari, dan itu butuh diskusi dengan speech therapist atau terapi wicara. Karena memang huruf-huruf ini agak mirip gitu ya, P dan B, terus D dan G, T sama K. Jadi kadang mungkin dari sisi mendengarnya hampir dianggap sama, atau yang udah bisa dari sisi mendengar, dari cara ngucapan juga hampir mirip. Jadi itu yang membuat mereka kesulitan. Jadi balik lagi ini butuh kerjasama dan diskusi untuk mencari solusi atau apa nih yang harus diplankan untuk menyelesaikan problem-problem untuk huruf-huruf ini.
Okay. Maybe they all can take a medial consonant test copy from Nobel, because that is something you can apply and then give the report to the audiologist. They'll have more information. You can take a copy from Anita later. It's free. When do you have to stop AVT? I told you the goal of AVT is to make the child listen, talk, and then have conversation, go to a mainstream school. So when all the goals are achieved, you can stop AVT. Or for some reason, there are some compromises, then you can stop briefly, and then you have a little more long term. Like you go weekly twice, then you go weekly once, then it becomes 3 month once, then it becomes yearly assessment. Okay. So the goals are AVT are clear. So if you want to achieve all those goals, then you need to stay in touch with the therapist till you achieve all those goals.
Ya, jadi memang ada banyak pertanyaan dari orang tua juga, kapan kita stop untuk melakukan terapi AVT. Sebenarnya untuk jawaban ini juga bervariasi gitu ya, karena sebenarnya AVT itu kan tidak dilihat dari terapi dengan kita, terapis gitu ya. AVT itu sebenarnya bagaimana melakukan di rumah. Jadi memang dari apa yang disampaikan oleh Janani itu berdasarkan evaluasi aja bersama, bisa jadi kita mulai berproses dengan main jangka waktu gitu ya. Bisa jadi yang sebelumnya seminggu 2 kali jadi dijarangkan seminggu sekali, terus setelah itu 2 minggu sekali, lama-lama sebulan sekali, sampai akhirnya mungkin level yang cukup monitoring, evaluasi. Karena kadang tantangan tiap anak itu bervariasi tergantung stratanya gitu ya. Mungkin di umur-umur 6 tahun ke bawah targetnya ke arah berbahasa dan berbicara. Tapi ketika sudah 6 tahun, 7 tahun, mungkin masuk ke konsep sekolah, itu kadang juga butuh diskusi lebih lanjut dengan terapis AVT atau praktisi AVT-nya. Jadi memang kita istilahnya berdasarkan kompromi bersama, diskusi bersama. Oke, Janani.
Okay, yeah, I think that's it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we have answered more. AVT is an approach for kids with hearing loss. You don't have to use it with other disorders, because if you have other disorders, there are other approaches. Okay. So this is meant mainly for kids with hearing loss. I don't know, for autism, there are Hannon approach and other approaches. You may have to stick to that. Okay.
Ya. Baik. Jadi penekanannya oleh Janani adalah AVT hanya dikhususkan untuk pasien-pasien yang mengalami hearing loss ya. Jadi itu yang kita utamakan untuk pasien yang mendapat atau bisa memakai metode terapi AVT. Okay.
So thanks a lot. I think I've answered most of the questions. If there are any, you can reach out through Anita. Yeah. Thank you so much for staying back.
Thank you Janani for your time. Kak Nadia, halo Kak Nadia, masih bisa, kebetulan tadi Jakarta sinyalnya jelek. Kak Nadia dengar suara saya? Okay, maybe Nadia cannot join because rain. Oke, terima kasih banyak. Kalau begitu saya tutup aja juga untuk kegiatan kita hari ini. Saya Anita mewakili dari tim AVT dari PT Nobel Audiology Center mengucapkan banyak terima kasih, pastinya terutama untuk Janani sebagai pembicara kita hari ini, untuk Mbak Marsha untuk sharing terkait audiologi tadi, dan pastinya untuk para orang tua hebat dan juga para guru yang sangat support terutama untuk pasien-pasien dari Nobel, baik yang memakai alat bantu dengar dan cochlear implant. Sekali lagi, terima kasih banyak untuk waktunya. Mohon maaf jika ada salah. Sampai ketemu di kesempatan yang lain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Ya, izin end meeting.